Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は178日目です。It is day 178. Business as usual. Yesterday, we have concluded our, I guess you could call it, the journey to level 60 Wanikani stream. I do actually have a Wanikani update in less than a week from now to cover up another thing. But now we start with Bunpro. And then Bunpro ending at HanziHero. And then we have projects that will start for the rest of the year, which is our Persona Legacy stuff. So this will be our usual routine now, and of another milestone. As mentioned previously on up to this moment, Wanikani will be used as predominantly a reference material for vocabulary section. The grammar ones, it's more of a nebulous thing for grammar ones because anything that is perhaps Wanikani related would be the grouping, like the relationship between some of the vocabulary. So vocabulary comes in various flavors. Jukugo, right? When compound words, and then the relationship between like the adverbial, the adjective, and then there's nominalized nouns, compound, what I call compound verbs, and also phrasal expressions, like where the ga particle or the wa particle ni is being used. There's also timing, and then occasionally Wanikani also has the particle, like kind of particle things, so different types of particles, like conjunctive phrases and transitional phrases that integrate particles, or they're often treated like particles. So those things can come into play. Generally, grammar helps group Wanikani vocabulary. And then the vocabulary in Bunpro will be leveraging what we learned from character studies from using Wanikani. So that's kind of where we're going now. It's almost 8 p.m. It's like 10 minutes away. So Bunpro refreshes it on its own. Let's get into our grammar here for today. Been a very long last 7 days last week, so kind of take it easy today. What the example? Kind of interesting that this grammar point, like the isification thing, takes on like a very takes on complicated sentences. Foo. How do I isify something? Not rashi either. And then the casual is like kind of thing. That's a vibe. So that's the te kanji. Te kanji. I wonder what they say if I put in. Okay. Oh no, wait. This is change into. Oh no. I think this is the kasuru, right? Try another way of conjugating it? Oh. Oh.
家電製品のコンピューター化が続く。例えば最近では歯ブラシまでも Bluetooth などを備えている。
Oh, because of its. I see. Because in this case, you don't need the Suga. Largely because of this. Interesting. can also be substituted for shita. No. This is for before a noun. I see. Yeah, different ka, not the ka as an unknown ka. Good to know. Good to know. Soku. Yakusoku. Supposed to be expected. Noni. Despite. What is that? Yeah? No, yabu. Yabu. Okay, so which suppose? I don't think I've... Let's say... So this has... It says past tense. So something that uses past tense. You could say... Not considered or to think. A phrase that expresses when speaker thinks that A is bound to be true. Yeah, so then it would be... it could be like hazu. Oh. Wait, is it hazu? That's... Bound. Bound was the key word for hazu. Maybe it's like hazuda. Hazuda no ni. I think that might work. Did you try conjugating an... Oh, wait. It's past... They're looking for past tense. Did you include something else in the beginning? So that's a copula. Ga hazu... Hazudatta. Heck! I needed a normalizing thing. So bound was the key word, but I can't really... supposed to be. Expected. Expected is another key word, I think. これ美味しいよ。食べてみ。食べて。Oh, that's a way to look at it. Try. 食べてみる。食べてみて。
これ美味しいよ。食べてみて。
食べてみて。文法の勉強を毎日いい。If you continue, are we using probably this conditional? Oh, with if. Oh wait, suru. Like Chitsuzu. I was just swinging for the fences. I was thinking, all right, suru, stem, and it's probably continue, suzukeru, right? Suzukeru. And I'm like, wait a minute, but it says conditional. I'm like, all right, so it's got to be ta because there's a dot there. Tada. I don't think that's gonna happen too often. Like, I view this whole thing like this whole thing is one thing, not just the ra. But the ra helped me out with the conditional using tara for the conjugation of the conditional of a verb. That's it. That's what I was chuckling about. Like, it just so happens that the ra removed something that I had to think through, which isn't like, to me, that's not quite going to help me with output. So, oh yeah, right, the water thing. How do we? This is you. Oh, you. Yesterday there was something that used re, but it's not re. It's like a kunyomi, and I totally did not. I totally did not know what it was. And I still don't remember it. It was still referring to water, but I feel like it refers to cold water. Anyways, you typically refers to like hot water. Or like water that is meant to be heated. Or I mean, it could be water in most cases. Close. As opposed to mizu, right? Mizu. And the other thing, wait. Let me go find out what it is. Which one am I talking about? Because there's also suibun. Suibun is another thing, which is a different type of quality of water. And then we have mizu, right? Mizu. What is it called? Obviously you can honorize mizu. No. I'm looking at G-Scroll right now. Where is it? So this one is usually hot. It's usually referring to hot water. Like hot baths, hot springs, hot water, like for tea. What is the other one that I saw? It's not even on here. Yeah. Maybe if I type re, it looks like re, but it's not re. It has like ice on it. Oh, here it is. It is re. Okay. Oh yeah, the re in reizoko, right? But it's a different read. It was sume? No. Heru ya yasu meru. It was meru. Yeah. No. Sameru is pull down. What was it? Maybe it's this. Yeru is to grow cold. There another example. Well, we'll come across it again. It was so interesting. I have no idea why that was the case. Anyways, that's what this reminds me of. All right, while, during. So I have 3 choices here. So this says while I was boiling. Okay. Tea. Tea bag will, so boiling the tea bag will, readying it technically. Yoishita. So does that tell me which one it is? It feels like a sequence. No, maybe not. So I'm okay, well, here's one. I'm given a verb, right? So wait, is this wa? Okay. So so the only one that I think of that is wild that uses a verb as the function would be like wakasu nagara? Or is it wakashi nagara? Okay, so it's not that. So now I can't. So there's something else. Oh, wait, this is progressive. It's asking for a progressive. So then it's not just finished doing. That would be past tense. Progressive would mean that I can use the progressive form, and I can still use tokoro. Tokoroda is like in the middle of. That's one of them. That's one of two that I can use. So this one I know particularly uses the progressive. So like wakashite iru tokoro da. Or wa de ite or tokoro. Okay, so it's not that as well. But now I have to think about why they differ because I still don't get it at the moment. Like how they differ. What was the other one while doing it? Oh, we got Nagara, fixed system, and then we have Tokoroda. And this then it would be the Aida, right? Then we'll use Aida ni instead. So, which is the other te form? Aida and Tokoro are the ones. And now I have to remind myself why they differ. So, wakashite iru aida ni.
お湯を沸かしている間にティーバッグを用意した。
All right, let's go back to the drawing board. All right, back to the relations. So Nagara involves the idea in both, but differs in structure nuance. Okay, expresses that something happens during another ongoing action. I mean, it's not enough to look at that. There's one subject doing two things at once. I can't tell the difference. Wait. I can't tell the difference. In that case. Well, technically, it's describing the tea bag, right? Like, it's describing the action. But the subject can be inferred as being the same person, too. So it might have something to do with the idea of these things are happening to an object versus someone manipulating that. Well, this is direct. So, I mean, yeah, that's tough. I'm still not quite sure about that. And then we have Tokoroda, right? But different focus. Right? In terms of Tokoroda, it means being in the middle of something, often with a sense of being occupied, right? Which, while you're boiling the water, I guess you're not necessarily occupied. That's why you ready the tea, but you can be occupied with it, and it highlights something that happens during another action. Yeah, so I still am unsure how I would be able to tell, and since they provided the progressive, it goes down to a 50-50. So it's wakashite iru aida or tokoro. Now, since there's something after like this, I almost feel compelled that Aidani would fill this in because of how it's phrased in Aidani. Maybe. And then obviously Iru E can be dropped because of casual. Anyways, that one's tough. That's not sure at the moment. From when? 勉強 from studying. もっと上手に話せますよ. Oh, from studying. So, like studying with the して conditional. Really when attached to a verb. I mean, not toki, probably ara again. So like ara.
勉強したらもっと上手に話せますよ。
This is also if too, but I forgot how to tell if there is a defining way. Didn't know. Oh, it's both. Okay, yeah, all right. If and when, like, it's just a halfway. So, if anything, shout out. Which is how I came up with that other one, the first one, as well. Osoku. Osoku, even if it gets. This is not despite. We're not using despite here. I wonder what happens when I type noni. Okay, just straight up doesn't work. Even if would be a demo or temo, not demo. Ah, not temo.
遅くなってもぜひ家に寄ってください。
Because of the verb. I forgot to add the verb. Then demo is for non-adjectives and nouns. And then nakte mo. Ooh, you know, I didn't even realize that nakte. That's the same nakte. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember. Then nakte. That's gonna be tough. Okay. Anda 5時。まだ5時、5時なのに、夜、no, 外、外は dark、暗いです。暗い and completely、暗です。
まだ5時なのに外は真っ暗です。
暗です。このコーラを飲むのlight? That's fine, right? います。
このコーラを飲んでみます。
猫と犬。 こちら、あ、どちら、contrasted. It says dogs or cats, like a group of dogs or cats. Ah! I've got the toe! And then the combination is that you have to add ga because you're linking it to the rest of the thing. Whoops.
猫と犬とどちらが可愛いと聞かれたら、犬の方が可愛いと思う。
Alright, fair enough. お父さんは、太くていい声。Oh, okay. 太くていい。太くていい声。いい声を has progressive ので、はい、oh no. Was it 歌手になると思う。なれると思う。has. I feel like it's just shit. Oh, yeah, している。
お父さんは太くていい声をしているので、歌手になれると思う。
This is more of a characterization, right? To have a feature of, yeah. Using suru as a feature. And then it's progressive. They were just out. このね、このワインはお金持ちの人々だけが飲む one say. It looks like it's standard as opposed to casual, potential. So you could say something like that. You could say, be like,といったno と言ってもいい。
このワインはお金持ちの人々だけが飲むと言ってもいい。
でもいい。Is that 変 or 変わった No? Yeah. 変わった soon. Converting saku into a normalization. Maybe like 先ことをするなんかある I don't know. I was just making up. Oh, wait, maybe I just do. Oh, wait. No. Saku kata or saku kata. Heck, attached to oh yeah, saki kata.
変わった咲き方をする花がある。
Got it. What is that in the beginning? Oh. 昔ね。昔タバコは一歩oh wait, 一箱 oh wait, that's a different I was thinking of pon and oh no that's the wrong character entirely. This is just box. Yeah, 一箱as opposed to bako. Interesting. 一箱200円だったのに今は600right? Yeah, 600円かかる。 heck, although this is in regards to money, this is used to say that something takes money. Takes money. Okay. Alright. I feel like this is a 30-70 chance. Yeah, 30-70 chance. I would say kakaru most of the time, like 70% of the time. 30. So it costs, it takes. Maybe like we're just gonna go with suru.
昔タバコは1箱200円だったのに、今は600円する。
Yeah, that's more of a 70-30. Kakaru and suru. 30% on suru at the moment. いっぱい宿題がある。いっぱい宿題がある。よー。And then there's a koto. Yona koto.
いっぱい宿題があるようなことを言っていたけど、本当は何もなかった。
Okay. Yeah, I thought I had to deliberate if it's yona or yoni, but since koto is here, it's yona. That's what I was negotiating there when I paused. Okay. 雨が降りそうだから傘をokay 持っていってね or have them take for me. Okay, so 持っていて where's it いて This is irregular. で持っていって for me, so くれてね oh goodness, wait, emphasize that someone does something for you with the giver as a, but we're looking for grammar that focus on you receiving a favor or having someone. Oh, this is the receiving the favor. So like 持っていってもらってね Oh boy. Oh, I missed the syllable. I missed the beat. もらってね。
雨が降りそうだから傘を持って行ってもらってね。
Okay. Our good old friend. 例えば、
毎日日本語を話したらだんだん上手になってくるよ。
Transitional phrases are like my thing, so I enjoy it. 例えば、とりあえず。Those are things that I would say to transition. So oftentimes I remember them far more. Or like そうして right? そうして or それでも so all of them you can break up ideas by transitioning from a previous idea to the following idea. 例えば would be one that I use in English incredibly frequently when I'm trying to transition the tone. So you spend like 5 minutes talking about something, explaining something, and then you transition. For example, then you transition into a personal anecdote or some sort of analogy. So 例えば is great. And then とりあえず is my closest phrase at the moment next to like まず, right? First of all, or for the time being, this is what we're gonna be assuming to be true. Tatoeba, for example, the following. That's kind of those are the most like natural things that I gear towards, because it's geared towards seeing the hypothetical. It's setting up and establishing what we know and then presenting a hypothetical. So tatoeba is very great for that use case. Oh no. What is ton? Tan? Yan? That's not it. That's ton? Ton Yan! It is yan! Oh man. Wait. I thought it was yameru. No. What is the base form of it? It's a mu? Yamu. Interesting. Kame ga yan dakara 3時から試験 oh no 試合 not 試験 I was thinking of a test 試合が始まるね始まる plan. It's not nishimasu. I mean, technically you could. I wonder what they say when you write nishimasu. Oh, okay. Maybe you can't do a verb onto a verb. Or a phrase. Deciding on. I was curious if you could say to decide on as opposed to plan. This is probably like yoyaku? Maybe yaku. I'm pretty sure it's using yaku. Plan for, oh, what do we do ga? Or is it just attached immediately and just say like yo yak? Or no, that's not. It's yote, and then yote desu.
雨が止んだから3時から試合が始まる予定です。
Yote desu. Yote desu doesn't require a particle in between here. I don't know what the explainer for that is though. Yote. Okay. Okay. I do have a 50-50 on yote there, which is what they said. Tsumori. So tsumori is a intent versus yote as a plan, and then even nisuru is a decision. So it's interesting that they don't mention that. Obviously it might not fit in this structure now that I think about it, right? So I'm talking about decide, right? Nisuru. Oh, you would need a noun. I suppose this is there is a, like, it would be a natural, but you could nominalize this. Interesting. Okay. It wouldn't fit in the structure the way I see it at the moment. That's fair enough. レジでお金をthis would be tokoro. Like, so, and then it's using progressive and it's a precise time frame. So we'll try like, and I'm stuck on harau. Oops. 払っていて いるところで、
レジでお金を払っているところで泥棒が入ってきました。
払っているところで。Okay. Ah! Bad. What is it? 泥棒ね。泥棒が escape. 逃げた or is it 逃げた Yeah, 泥棒が逃げた。What is seized? It's not whole. お前る No. Heck. が捕まえる。Okay. Although I didn't have this form. That's interesting. 捕まえる。尊敬語。Man. So something about the... Could I take... Okay, Sonkeigo requires an honorific, but the honorific could be to do? Or no, Nasai. Nasai would be the Sonkeigo. Typical Nasai. And then Nasai is coming at the end, right? So is that attached to the stem? Skamaeranasai. Yeah, it's the stem, but I screwed up the stem, right? Skamaerinasai. What? Oh wait, that's Edu. What am I doing? That's a Ichidan. Tsukamae-nasai.
あ、泥棒が逃げた。捕まえなさい。
Tsukamae-nasai. That's a weird sounding one. Or unfamiliar is probably the more accurate. 私の家族の中で海外に行ったことのない人のない人いる There is not. Has not. I don't know. Wait, what? いない? Oh. Wait. It's ganai. Can you try answering using the prompt? Be nice. Let's try a different grammar structure. You what, mate? Oh. Are you talking about like this?
私の家族の中で海外に行ったことのない人はいない。
Why not? I forgot this was a grammar point. So how does that work? It's the double negative. Of the E adjective so it's this as a modifier hito and then not There is not a person who has not done this. Was a separate grammar point. Okay. So we have Gonin. Gonin only? Okay. Different grammar structure. Spectator. Right. Enbutsu 客がいなくて寂しい exclusive different grammar structure only and it's not it might still use kiddo or something. Exists are a specific number of A, so well, we can be looking for grand that means no more than or only. Yeah, no more than. Or than. I guess. Nai, it just has to be a negative, right? Yeah, it just has to be a negative, so shika can work here.
5人しか見物客がいなくて寂しい。
This simply says no more than not exceeding, and the nai could be in any form. Shika, the grammar point is shika and nai, but nai is any form possible. So in this case, it's iru in inakute. Trying to figure out why they used inakute here. I guess that it describes it will be. This is saying it will be lonely and there's no potential. This is not potential. Oh, explaining. No, I I'll have to come back to it. Still not quite sure about that one. What in the world? Shonen? Okay. Shonen no heya dakara irei, it's highly unlikely. That is irei, highly unlikely. I can't use maybe like we could do like azu ga nai. Heck, I've got the non-adjective. Or yeah, azu ga nai.
少年の部屋だから綺麗なはずがない。
昨日の夜、誰もいない公園の straight. Kono true. Kono. What is that? What is the read on that? It's not that. I don't remember. An. Oh, this is off of mat. Oh, manchu. Mannaka. Empty? Oh, empty? No. Yes. No, this is no. Inai. In the middle. Just middle? I guess like really in the middle? I don't know what. Mannaka de. I guess. What? Okay. Interesting. The question here is the difference between mannaka de versus just no naka de. Mannaka de it's emphasized. I don't know at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Mannaka de sawa. I mean, suwa. Suwatteiru. What is that? Stand otoko. Otoko ga ite. Oh. Oh. Tonikaku. Oh, tonikaku. Tonikaku. Wait. Is that what I think it is? Yeah. Tonikaku. Tonikaku henna hito. Henna hito. 感じでした。
昨日の夜、誰もいない公園の真ん中で座っている男がいて、とにかく変な人って感じでした。
Totally. とにかく。よし Oh, よし。Oh, よし。Okay, よし。よし。誰も食べないなら、僕が食べ、Oh, this is the accent thing. 食べた、whoops. No, 食べてしまう。
よし、誰も食べないなら僕が食べてしまう。
しまう。You can cut it off. I did the cut off, and then there's others. You can substitute, yeah. For cha. Okay. それは president. What is that? 大統領. So and to I flip a lot. So and to are constantly used in the same context. One defines unity, the other defines whole. So from time to time I would flip so and to. So is public heart. Right. I think. Make sure. Yeah. No. This and this. These two are in the same sphere over and over again. So like in politics, in command, military, like leadership stuff, both of these are they are related to each other in nearly every single term. This one talks about the whole, as in like a whole unit, and this talks about unity. So happens quite often. And the only way I can remember it is the whole is the public heart. And unity is through collecting garbage on legs. It's fine. Anyways. And I misread your so これは大統領のペン用語でございますか？
これは大統領のペンでございますか？
Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. また、どこの、寝坊したの Wait, 寝坊したの Yeah, 寝坊したの早く寝る。necessary. Maybe like必要 or guy. Heck, I've got the normalization.
また寝坊したの？
Or
早く寝る必要があると思う。
Right. Yeah, 必要があると思う。Either. I kind of flip between the two to remember that I could say it both ways, I suppose. Apologetic because this is doing the polite すみません and for not being able. Yakinai, iranai. Heck. Oh, no, wait. Pass. Oh, no. Akira na. How I do pass and negative? Pass and negative. Or is this not pass? Definitely do the negative first, right? Then you take the nai, drop the e. Dang it. Don't know where I'm going wrong. It's not kata, it's probably data. Unless the Kiru is Oh, no. Wait. I think this actually takes te form. But does that mean it's in the past? How do you get it to be the past? Maybe it's just past by default. So like... Alright, I guess this will tell me. Oh no, wait. Is it all kudu? Like, do I treat this like kudu? So like... Dekite... Sumimasen. Check tense. Oh, sumimasen. Masen is what I conjugate in the past. No? What? I'm so lost. Hold on, wait. What part do I conjugate to the past? Pretty sure I don't conjugate. So it's gotta be sumimasen deshita. No? I guess not. So how do I do negative? Oh, dekinakute sumimasen.
締め切りまでにできなくてすみませんでした。
And deshita. You could add deshita at the end. Hold up. Hold on. I need to review something. So dekiru becomes dekinai, which means it's treated like a ichidan. I'm not sure if it's irregular. Then nakute, so then kute is the te form conjunction of negative things. So it's a negative verb and you use te, like nakute, as the way to create the conjunction. So that's fine. What I was having trouble with is unrelated to this. Is not using sumimasen as the negative. I was having trouble with negative pass. So this would mean that I screwed up on the negative in the first place. Or no, I was trying to turn it into the pass. So if it's an ichidan, then it would be deki, so deki nai, right? So I already screwed that up because I used ra. So deki nai, and then it would be deki na katta. Find out, because I did kind of fail that. Past tense. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it is. Okay, so data, not kata. So I screwed up because kata, data, I was mixed. I was mixing it up. So data was one of the attempts. I'm not supposed to conjugate to the past tense, dekiru, actually. In that case. However, it'll be then deki nadatta. And the kata is actually the past tense of the e adjective, right? So that's where I was I got kind of confused over time. I'm like, nai And then I was treating nai like an E adjective, but that's more related to the Thai form. So let's do, so Thai. I don't know if there's a, yeah, yep, here it is. So now I have interference between making sure I don't treat the ending of the negative form, the nai of the verb, for the Thai, which is technically the stem of the verb plus Thai, and Thai is overlapping with E adjectives. It converges on E adjective. That's where my brain just went there. Okay. I had too many 50-50s in a row. Or like 30-70s. Atama ga itai, or yes, itasu. Itasugite. Oh no. Itasukide. Itasukide. Ne? Itasukide kuru. 薬を no. Okay, so this is, we're using double negative. No, we're using the yeah, the double negative, but using the potential or the conditional. So non no no飲まなければ I don't know, it doesn't say which one, so more casual. Okay.
頭が痛すぎて薬を飲まなければいけない。
And there's a reason I should know that it's nomanai and then adding kereba. Oh, it's because kereba is the conditional. It's how I am viewing it, right? Yeah, the if. Alright. 友達が私の大切を No, that's not 大切 It's 切符を買う for me. Alright. So in this case, so I do have a problem distinguishing a bit from using morau and kureru in the terms of favor. Okay, so it would be katte or bought. Still katte. Katte. Ure past tense. Urerimashi. Urerimashita. Urerimashita. Katte. Is it no? Yeah, katte. Oh no, wait. Kuremashita.
友達が私の切符を買ってくれました。
一覧くれました。寿司は日本の有名な食べ物の一つだ。
寿司は日本の有名な食べ物の一つだ。
友達ができる become the way you desire と思います。in the way request use naru. This is a yo, right? The yo thing. And I want, so it's a hoshi as well. So we have yoni in the way, and then probably natte. Whoops. Natte, because you need something that you want. So natte hoshi to omoimasu.
友達ができるようになってほしいと思います。
Okay. 毎日日本語の文法を勉強する always making sure no verb always making sure so we're not thinking about potential. I mean, always. It could be viewed as necessary too. Always. しかない. There's only nothing but. That doesn't make any sense. Hang on. Always making sure. Where's my verb at? Or as opposed to like something bad happen? Just gonna write shikanai. Oops. Okay. It's not wishing, right? Not considered, maybe. Phrase that express attempting to do something in the manner of a. Always sure fits with attempting to do something. I don't know. Only. Can you try expanding this grammar point to match the nuance included in translation and intent? Ending this grammar point. It's not pray, right? You're not hoping. You could be hoping. I doubt it. Maybe like Yoni Yoni iu? That's to tell. Maybe to make sure. So it's gotta be like yoni deiru.
毎日日本語の文法を勉強するようにしている。
Deiru. Okay. But this doesn't quite help. This helps. So now I have to figure out how in the world. I guess. All right. Yeah, this is more like in the manner that is very likely to be true, or sort of like trying to do to keep making sure this. So the yoni came from like the always situation, like it's likely to happen, right? And then I needed a verb, and I couldn't think of any verb other than like hope, to do, plan, try. So I cycled through those and then settled on suru. Because it's kind of like yoni plus ni suru, which is kind of basically very likely to plan to do the following, which is to always make sure to study everything, like making an attempt. But this English isn't implying or emphasizing the manner in which you're attempting. You're always making sure. I guess making sure is the attempt part. There's a sense of probability here that I'm kind of from reading the English. Interesting. It could have been other things like try to study every day, right? You could try to study every day. You could you must study every day. All of those things still elicit the same, like a very similar experience of making sure to study every day. Umi wa kirei ne? Oh no, not only but also. Not only is you have to do dake de mo not only. But also, it's like dake de something. Dake de naku. I forgot the non-adjective again. That's gonna need some.
海は綺麗なだけでなく、暖かい。
今携帯 no 今what 今いや時計をjust looked. I think it's like 見たところ見なところだがもう何時か忘れた。
今時計を見たところだが、もう何時か忘れた。
何時がする。Oh no, 忘れた。今日は声が出ないからね。出ないから自分 自分のプラスのビデオを見 positive causative is assertive, right? So 見まれたのOh no, this is Ichidan. What? Miseta. Let made my watch positive. Thought causative was Nareta. So then this is Ichidan and I want past tense. So Ireta. What? Irareta. This is passive? Oh. Well, I know it's passive. I was trying to get the causative. Oh, no, wait. What is... I just went over this yesterday. Make sure I don't get them mixed up. And I still got them mixed. I root everything in Suru in order to remember the rest. And the two others. Yeah, so what? Miraseta. You try, we're looking for causative, which is used when, yeah, so miseta. Oh, misetata. No? What? I don't understand how to conjugate this into the past tense. Right, so it's Ichidan, so misaseta.
今日は声が出ないから自分のクラスにビデオを見させた。
No. Ichidan is different. I was combining Godan with Ichidan thing. Ichidan used Saseta, so Ichidan just straight up uses Suru. Man. It lines up with Suru. So Saseta. Dang it. So then passive. What was passive? Passive is me misareta, right? Misareta. So it's the difference between reta and seru and reru. Yeah, I think. Let's go look. Is causative passive here? Yeah, so I take the causative passive. Right? Saseru and areru, right? Saseru, areru. And then we can go to passive, which is rareru, and it just stays, oh, it just says rareru. doesn't require that. It is dead Eddie though. I have more problems with Ichidan than with Godan for either conjugation seems. Tachi no heya ni stick on to something. Haru. That had been Posta wa doko ni ittan desu ka? That had been ongoing. It's a Haru. Aren't two verbs. Oh. Oh no. I don't know how to. Dang. God, I don't know how to. Aru is. Atta isn't. So. This is the whole. Or I think this is the. Yeah, an expression used with transitive verb left a certain way. And I think it's doing. It's the aru, or it's the ga aru with a transitive verb. Or. Pretty sure. Oh no, wait. That is. Yeah, it is. So. What do I change? Like. Oh goodness. I don't think it's sudo. don't know. Hmm. My consideration is it has something to do with Aru. And it's supposed to be like, so A form, I think either I screwed up on Aru. I thought Ru was converted to this, and then you conjugate Aru in the past tense, which would be, I thought it would be, or is it just da? Yeah, I just don't understand. Maybe it's oh, is it hush? No. No. Atta. Really?
「私の部屋に貼ってあったポスターはどこに行ったんですか？」
Okay, so the hut is fine. Atta is the conjugation of past tense aru. Then what am I thinking of? Yes? And da? Oh, I'm thinking of da. Okay, so aru just follows the same thing. Get to past tense here. Let's go over past tense. Today has been a problem with past tense in general. So aru is considered a what are my irregulars? Aru is not a irregular. So shita, sure, ita. Okay, I would get the oh, ita would fall apart too. We didn't use either of these. What is that? Toll? Ota. And what is that? Goal or ko? Ota. So I overthought it. I was using the da, right? Da is dot da. And deshta. Iru looks like would be ita, right? Let's go look at yep. No. Oh, interesting. So there's nothing irregular about the past tense of ichidan. Okay. Same problem. Know the problem. I definitely know what the problem is here. Which was I didn't know if Aru was irregular or not. Okay. Unten? Unten... Menkyo, right? Unten Menkyo. Unten Menkyo wo morau. Just got using morau? Okay. That's a little bit weird. Hiko ni atta. Okay. Just after I got. I mean, could use Tokoro again. Semi-formal construction that is subjectively expressed when happen. But after, so it's past tense. So moratta bakari?
運転免許をもらったばかりで事故に遭った。
This is using more like Finnish. Yeah, the completion. Dakara, ima dakara, Dangohan will skuru as a favor for you. Okay, so likeあげるよ。
今暇だから晩ご飯を作ってあげるよ。
ああ、たける。飛行機代。Wait. 飛行機代。Interesting. 飛行機代いくらかかる？わかった。
たける、飛行機代いくらかかった？あつし、意外と安くて往復で5万円だったよ。
Fireworks? Why are there fireworks? 27th of June? Huh. Alright. Don't need. I don't know what need is. Oh. いらないっ と思っていたけど、持ってきた。I'm glad that I bought. So, is it like probably よかった right? So, いいのくれば持ってくればよかった。Heck! Oh no, wait. I don't conjugate that part. Right? No, wait. I don't conjugate that part. It's, Or do I? Or is it should? No, that's not. That's should. Happy, glad is, yokatta, just the act of doing it. So, 持ってきてくる。いや、持ってきてよかった。
いらないと思っていたけど、持ってきてよかった。
持ってきてよかった。
お父さんは何時頃帰ってくるかしら。
楽しい時間を。Oh no. Is it 過ごす。4敬語。過ごしになる。Oh no, wait. This is a request. Or are we doing requests? We could use ください, right? So just 過ごす? Does it know? 過ごしください。
楽しい時間をお過ごしください。
What is that? Show me 期限 Show me deadline 期限 time. Okay. Show me 期限 deadline, yeah. Show me 期限が過ぎているけど食べていい Wonder. Right. Heck! Oh, wonder masculineだろだろうか。いいん Maybe いいんだろうか。
賞味期限が過ぎているけど、食べていいのだろうか。
Okay. 彼は力が強いから細い重い もういいテレビ、テレビ、テレビ、テレビ、台、テレビ台を一つ、一つ、一人で、てか、もう、もう、potential polite. So now we have the potential form. But what is mocha? Mota? Tsu, where's tsu at? Aremas? Ah! Oh, they're dual. Long time no see? Yeah, long time no see. I'm not sure what the laughing part involves, but long time no see. Oh, it's te. Probably te. Oh, this is Rateru, right? Rateru. Motemasu?
彼は力が強いからあの重いテレビ台を一人で持てます。
あの人はスマホをwhile using what? Oh wait. Which while are we doing now? So this is using, and it's not progressive this time. So how can I tell the difference between? So the progressive can be identified on a 50-50. This one doesn't have progressive label. And it's probably... is it stem? Or isn't it? I'm gonna say nagara.
あの人はスマートフォンを使いながら歩いていて、女の人とぶつかった。
So Nagara is going to be a non-progressive way of saying something. That's the only way I can distinguish between the three. And then between the two, I'm not quite sure. Using the progressive. みんなにママに何も言わないWest in such a way. Bare te shimatta. Barete found out. Bare? Okay. Request and pass. And in such a way. Well, it's gotta be yoni of some sort, right? Slightly formal. Hmm. I feel like it's just Yoni. Oh wait, I need. How would that be the past? Oh no. Request without using the word request. Not a question. You requested. So could be you asked. So it must be speak. Speak is probably the last one. Can't be hope. Not doing sudo. Sudo doesn't work here. Probably Yoni Ita. This works, but can you express a request? Ugh. Yeesh. I rest. That means I guess they're trying to ask me to. I have no idea what they're going for. Oh, they wanted me to change it into, oh.
みんなにママに何も言わないように頼んだがバレてしまった。
They want me to change you to, tanomu, or to make it into a request. And then what was the other one? There were two things. We had order and tanomu, right? Yeah, tanomu is request, you is to say, and mejiru is order. Okay. You gotta remember that there are other verbs I can use. あれは日本語が this is dekiru. Let's see. 話せてできるできて What? Oh. Oh wait. That's
彼は日本
already
語が
oh
話
that's
せて
already
漢字も書け
potential.
ます。
Anasete is already potential. You didn't even need to use dekiru. Well, I overthought that one. Ima Tanaka-sama ga what is that? Meshiagaru. Meshiagaru. There you go. Progressive. I don't think I need I don't think I need an honorific here. Or meshi. Do I? I think we are doing... Are we using naru or are we using irasharu? Feels like a more of a irasharu situation. Meshi agatte... Meshi agatte irasharimasu? Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. Probably he's doing something, right? So omeshi agatte ni narimasu. That help. It's one of these. I'm doing something. Irashaimasu. Different grammar structure. Oh goodness. So probably meshi agatte ni no? Different grammar structure. What? I have no idea what other grammar structure there is. Oh, maybe it's... Yeah, I have no idea what other grammar structure there are. Maybe it's just Zonkeigo on its own. I mean, it's really actually pretty polite. Meshi agaru alone works since it's an honorific verb itself. Exactly. So I have no idea what they're going for, but you can add another honorific grammar point to it here, which I try. It's technically double keigo, but common enough to be considered fine. Which I added irasharu. I have no idea what other way do you want to add more to this. Sure. Different grammar structure than the... But there's too much here going on. Oh, they want the progressive form of naru. Okay, sure. I really don't think it goes beyond meshi agarimasu, but okay. That's interesting. So they wanted that, and it didn't ping the wrong tense, which is interesting. So they wanted natte imasu or irimasu. Or something like that. Wait, I'm misspelling something. Oh, ogari, not. This doesn't, it uses the, right, it uses the stem. O meshi agari. Gari ni natte imasu.
今、田中様がお召し上がりになっています。
I'm not sure if I think it requires that instead of using narimasu. Wait, do they accept narimasu? What in the world is that? Omeshiagaru ni natte irashaimasu. That's listed and it rejected this. Oh, because I didn't put a honorific in front? Hold up. Yep. Because they wanted an honorific in front. Oh no. It's not. Huh. Oh, is it because hang on. Oh, Messi, right? Oh, I know what I screwed up. I screwed up because I used... Oh, no. No, you can use irashaimasu, but it's using... Oh, I see. Irashaimasu is in place of iru, not naru. So you still require naru. Naru is not, naru here is in place of suru, not iru. It's kind of a little complicated, I suppose, to look at it that way, but typically this position is highlighted in suru. Irasharu is iru, not suru. Suru is to do and whatnot, and naru in this case is to do. So o ni naru, right? O ni naru. Naru is the sonkeigo for suru in this phrase. Irasharu is for iru, not suru. Yeah. I'll have to keep that in mind because it does kind of look like iru in a sense. So that's my bad. So the sticking point that I had was I thought irashaimasu was replacing suru and naru instead of naru being its thing to replace suru, and I needed a suru plus or minus the honorific. And then I already know that this is a double keigo. It's a double keigo. So technically, you could still say meshiagaru, agarimasu, which, and this, I'm not sure how often this is. Anyways, very, very particular grammar point. Usually, double keigo or stacking, when you're stacking keigo, double or even you can even triple keigo by happenstance. It's often written as too much or too redundant. So there's oftentimes tenego, right? Tene gets lumped with sonke, or rarely kenjo, but yeah, it's that is a really weird point. Hasn't happened. I'm surprised it hasn't happened earlier. Okay.
何その
Oh,
顔
nanokai.
僕が翻訳した文章が変なのかい
Nanokai. So nano is added here because we have the henna, and then no, all of these are optional if you're being colloquial, but no is optional, and then the na is because it's a non-adjective. I need to pay attention to this far more. Today's story, the most consistent omission is the na and the no. One other no, and then 5 instances of na, which I didn't take into account either a noun or non-adjective applies. 私の子供は一人で買い物できる。Oops.
私の子供は一人で買い物ができる。
It's the whole phrase before it. He can go shopping by himself. What's another one? Oh, it just says standard, so you can any of them. 味の倍は、倍に車が fire incident? Our fire incident? Wait. Oh. Interesting. All right. Go up in flames. I don't know what that is. Moeru. Oh, that's nen. Burn. Moeru. And then prevention machine. Oh, fire extinguisher. Shokaki. Shokaki wa kaimashita. So we're looking at emphasis on cause. A-form? A-form sounds good, right? So, like, moete. Or, no. Oh, wait. So that won't go up in flames? What? Cause? Doesn't that just explain it? How does that not work? Oh, that won't go up. Oh. Wait. Yeah, Moe... Nakute. No? Moe... won't go up in flames. This on call. Maybe that's not giving reason. That was a way to give reason. So I must be conjugating mora nakute. Moe. Am I going crazy? Moe, okay. So that's it. And then it says won't go up in flames. Case of fire. Mora nakute. Nayoni. Oh, wait. That works too. Why the other one? Yeah, I don't understand why. I guess.
火事の場合に車が燃えないように消火器を買いました。
Hmm. Hold on. No, it doesn't. It's to so that in the way that it won't go up in flames. I see that. It's a shame I can't get commentary on. So I was thinking, what was the grammar point I was thinking? And reason, or I was thinking this. Oh, that's beyond the control of the speaker. Okay. Being trouble cannot be controlled. Okay, so there is cannot be controlled. I see. And this is pretty much doing the opposite. You're controlling the thing. Okay. Well, that was definitely a rough session. What's tomorrow like? We'll get a chance to go over this stuff. Let's see. Let's write down some groups for today. So, oh goodness. So what do we have? We have right, the first thing for sure is the saseru. This much writing. Right, we had the saseru and sareru, dareru. So what are this was then right, we got the seru and seru. It's actually gareru. And gareru was causative, right? And this is passive. Gotta make sure. Oh no, wait. Is it Sareru? It's it's Rareru. Yeah. Technically, it's marked as Reru and Rareru as causative. No, I got it backwards. This is passive. I keep getting these backwards. This is passive. This is causative. Because I got it backwards, we got stuck on something. Right. Which is... yeah. Hey, friendo, been lurking while you do your wanikani. Good, Beth. So I keep flipping this. So I'm gonna try to view it in this order. And they kind of write it this way, actually. So let's line these up here. So technically is Seru here. And then it's still Seru, but I guess they do it this way. Oh, I keep writing the wrong character. That's why this looks weird. Yeah, I've been writing that character. Oh, I've been writing that kana incorrectly. Right. Sounds like I'm pretty locked in today. No, we're kind of summarizing the end. So this is the end of the Bunpro. This is the end of the Bunpro thing. So it requires me to recall the things. So this was number 1. The first thing we encountered. The second one was... that was big was... knowing that ni naru is a suru as opposed to a ira. Oops. Ira chai ira aru. Look, I misspelled that. No, it's fine. So ira sharu is an iru. That's one of the other one that stuck for a very long while. There's another one where you can use yoni with the manner in which this also was the very last thing too. So let's think about it this way. So we have, oh no, let's write, there's yoni. And then we have the one where you can tie it with you. Got the characters, so we're just gonna write. Gonna write the Tano for now. Tanomu. And then me. Okay, I need to write the character. That's not gonna work. So EU is fine. I'm actually not sure how common they write this out. You have the right. You Anomu. Anomu is we have our bundle. Oops. Too chunky. Okay. Bundle and paper. Right. Yeah, Tanomu. Just what they want, and then what was it? Meijiru. Meijiru is the command. We have the order. So that was quite a long time. And then what was the most recent one? It was the manner in which you're not something in a manner as a form of emphasis on cause. So emphasis on cause and in a manner or so that was the key word, and that is to take the verb stem or the verb plus yoni, which that of all the yonis, that's probably the one that I haven't thought of today. We did all the other yonis are pretty good outside of this because that looks that it was a pivot with the verb, right? There is a fifth one. I can think of a fifth one. The fifth one is, so we got stem, V stem plus nagaru. This is the while while and I think this expressed that they're doing something like the person is doing something simultaneously. No, this is to state something is happening. This is while stating happening. And then we contrast this with two separate groups, which is while doing simultaneous things. Actually, these two will contrast. So the doing simultaneous thing is using Kokoro. Right. So it's the te verb Kokoro. This one goes to the side, and both of these are progressive. So this is progressive because of te. So is this. This is progressive. And this is stating of doing something simultaneously. So this emphasizes doing simultaneously, like being occupied in doing something simultaneously. It uses... Oh no, wait. I got this backwards. Oh no. Sorry, this is simply saying two things are happening as well. This is progressive, but two things are happening. And that is using the te form verb a plus aida. Aida ni. That's 5. I think those are the 5 longest points. There was maybe like 1 or 2 more things that doesn't come up off the top of my head at the moment. On the top of my head, let's see if I can pull one more. I did get that jerk reflex with Daroka and Kai. Daroka and Kai in them. They kind of overlap, but that's not too big of a deal. And then the very obvious lack of attention is probably looking at na adjectives and nouns prior to yoni, prior to yo or like ga, etc. So I need to make sure that I'm accounting for the na or no in front of these. So this was probably the most recurring grammar point. All right. That's fine for now. It was a bit it seems is kind of a little off, I suppose. Not as bad though. Like using yo, so, mitai, dashi. Ooh. Other grammar points kind of stay alone, and they're in like very distinct groups. and the English is not ambiguous. So I do have to admit, on occasion, the particular English that they use, not that you have to, right? If you're constructing out of nowhere, like you're not trying to fit how to say something the way they're asking for without any like context. Like if you heard the thing enough, then it becomes normal, sure. In this case, I'm trying to match the expression to the English at the moment, right? Alternatively, you can simply read the thing. That's kind of what we're doing in the opposite way. So when we're cramming, like tomorrow we might do some cramming, right? There's only 14 for tomorrow. In fact, there's a chance it might not even happen tomorrow because it looks like it could be later in the day. Then we cram, and the cramming part, right? The goal now is, this is the construction part. So I am using the English to narrow down choices. And the reason why it feels like there are choices is because I'm going over all of these. I'm going over all the choices. I go through the process, I think about it, and then we decide on the answer. We test all the answers. A lot of times it would be, I wonder if they accept this, or if they can explain this and explain that. That's going from English to narrowing down the choices and then filling the blanks. Now during our cram sessions, which is when we're on days, so cram days are going to be on days where there's low review. And we're doing reading again. So we're doing reading in the sense of we read the thing, we do understand it. That can be normalized to the quote unquote natural input. Here's my counterpoint to this. If you're doing reading and input only, then when you go back to doing this, the construction and the output, it may feel like you have one choice. You only have one choice, and that's perfectly fine. Like what I mean is, like for example, drama shows up every once in a while, and the way I think drama goes about doing it is they go from input, reading, to output. So that means that when he reads something enough and then he is giving an example, he knows that there's only one choice or one best choice. But it's not clear to me that is it easier to know that there's one choice, or is it more memorable to me to know that there are many choices or different ways to rephrase this and test those things? So instead, what I'm doing is I'm doing both directions. So on the typical day, or like on a low review day, which will occur for grammar, not vocabulary, because we're moving into July where we're going to be doing vocabulary as well. A vocabulary is going to go both ways. So as well, which I will explain later, but to really quickly review, vocabulary will go from Wanikani to Bunpro and back. So it'll be both ways. Wanikani is constructive. That means it's output dependent. Going the other way is input dependent. Basically, when I read a vocabulary point or recall a vocabulary point, it's going to use some sort of constructive output. And when I'm doing reviews, it's going to be constructive, which means both of these are going to combine to go over examples. At some point, I will go back to input only, as in like I look at the sentence and ask myself, do I understand the sentence? It's perfectly easy, in my opinion, easier when you've spent most of your time inputting. That inputting becomes easier. Now, when it comes to grammar, someone would say, like drama does this quite often. He drops in, he knows the answer. It's like, it's this. Do you want a hint or that one choice? And I'm like, I'm not looking for just that one choice. I'm thinking about all the choices. And fairly enough to him, he can argue, well, there's only one choice. There's only one natural way to say this. It's got to be this choice. It's probably this. And my thought is, I get that when you spend most of the time only thinking about the one choice. So you can rely on your memory or exposure of repetition to get the one choice. Like, I've seen the sentence before. I've seen the sentence before. That's great. What is probably going to be agonizingly long for whoever like watches this? It's like, oh man, why can't he just look at the answer and figure out the right answer and then move on and just memorize that it is the right answer? For me, I need to understand all the parts. We're studying grammar. We're not studying the correct answer. It could end up being a vocabulary issue. If it's a vocabulary issue, it has very little to do with grammar. So, like, each time I get something wrong, I have to define what is it about the grammar part that I need to understand or want to understand. I want to go over the parts and the other options and comparing the relatives and the related things. It might not be important in the short term. It is very important to me in the long term, because when I speak to people, like in English, I want to be able to speak English in various ways, in many ways, in very particular ways that I might be not natural for someone. So like that double keigo thing, that's interesting. The double keigo thing is very interesting because it feels redundant at first for someone who says, oh, that's being overly polite, you'll never use that ever, or something like that. That's fine. So I want to be very clear that me sitting there thinking about any other things that I may or may not know, or I know parts of, that is what's emphasizing the importance of knowing all the details. You can look at the sentence and say, I already know the answer. This is the answer. Do you want hints for the one answer there is? As opposed to, say, like, I'm the person who is teaching, and that person provides an answer. I would ask the person, why do you think that's the answer? How did you get to the answer? And then they would explain themselves, right? And that is the giveaway. Because if, in my opinion, if I asked, maybe not so much drama, perhaps, if I asked someone like drama, like, how do you know the answer? It's like, well, I remember it. Like, what do you mean by remember it? Can you explain what part of speech this is? Why you think this is the best choice of many choices that could have fit here? Like, what are you looking for? Were you looking for a noun, a verb? Were you looking at the structure and the overall structure of the sentence? How do the overall structure of the sentence got you to the answer? The alternative for someone who relies on input and memorization is that they remembered the answer. Like, oh, it's this answer. So I know the answer because I've heard it a lot. And I'm like, okay, that is one way to get the answer. I'm not interested in that per se. It is part of the process. So, and it's not important if someone is saying that they just want to become conversational as fast as possible. You can probably go and watch a podcast and mirror that and get to it at the point. For myself, whenever someone's speaking, right, my first thought is like, what do they mean by this? What are they going to say? The way they structure the sentence makes it feel like they're going to ask a question soon. That's what I'm getting at. And to me, that's why I listen so intently to people, the way they write, because I want to understand how they write, why they write, in what way are they expressing, and then be able to speak that way, study their speech patterns, study the grammar of the person, their diction and whatnot. I don't think this is particularly interesting to people who think of whatever is normal is the easiest and most efficient way, and then all you have to do is copy that way and then speak that way forever. That's fast, it's efficient, and if you're crunched for time, then probably it's the most desirable. Not saying it's bad or good, it's a difference in goals. So if you're having a hard time just sitting here crunching through all of your points, then when those points come up, if you forget those points and you have to go back and brute force them some more, that's what I'm talking about. I'm doing the slow and steady, meticulous thing, which wastes a lot of time if you're trying to get somewhere fast. Someone else, if they need to notice something, they'll come back to it. So like if you go on a trip, right? If you go on a road trip, I would like to see everything and digest more things along the way, but I would definitely get to my destination a lot. It would take me longer to get to my destination. Now, the person who's efficient and narrow-minded, that means focused. If they're focused on the goal, like memorizing the right answer, getting to the right answer, they can get to the destination very quickly. Now, if they missed a piece of detail, ignorance is bliss. Until the detail that they miss becomes a problem later down the road, they would have to drive back to go look at it. So anytime someone says like, oh, I remember this and I remember this, then I forgot this, so I'm just gonna pull out a dictionary or keep on reinforcing this stuff, that's one way to go about it. And I actually think that there isn't a statistical, in my opinion, there isn't that great of a statistical difference when you look at the bigger picture. Like 5 years down the road, if that fast blitzering efficient person is still going for 5 years, they probably got to the goal that that person and I share. They probably got to that point in 1 year, and I got to that point in 3 years. Now, what are they going to spend? What happens to the 2 extra years they save? Well, if they continue to go and master Japanese, like they continue to look, they will eventually have to go back through all the stuff and look at the details that they didn't care about because it wasn't important at the time. So that's like kind of noticing something again the second time you go about. Noticing something again the 4th time, the 5th time you go back through your notes and whatnot. That is another process. So how often do I go back through my stuff? I go back through my stuff spread out throughout my time. I don't go back when I need to go back. So here, all these points, I'm already reviewing these points again. As in, when I had the thing on, the example on causative, I'm reviewing the passive because causative and passive are together. That means that the next time a passive example comes up, I would have reviewed it in extra time. That's why I mean by SRS doesn't do that. SRS makes you focus on the thing because that's all you need to care about. SRS will take care of it, right? Do you have to worry about when you see a causative example, do you have to think about passive examples? You don't. The SRS will give you an example of a passive when it comes up. I don't see them as separate things. I actually don't see most things as separate things. So when I learn something, I'm also practicing many other things. So that means that later down the road, when the example comes up, the SRS isn't helping me with that. Is why I have mentioned in my conclusion of Wanikani and whatnot that I don't really use SRS really. Like even if I'm practicing with SRS, I don't really use SRS. Like SRS is, you're relying on the idea that when a topic is outside the reach of your memory, SRS is supposed to help you bring that back up so you don't have to think about what you need to think about or you need to remember. I do it for fun. Like, I do it as part of my thing. Like, if I need to know what o ni naru is, it is attached with the uses of irasharu. And irasharu is attached to iru. Suru and naru with o is attached to itasu and nasai and nasaru. So one thing reminds me of many other things. And the time I spent is not a waste of time because I'm already practicing the stuff the other person is going to practice with the time they save. Hence the idea of SRS being a moot point to me, where it's hard to know how efficacious SRS is to me if I'm not relying on when to think about something. In fact, most of the time, I like to try to think of as many points as possible with every single thing. So if it's a verb, well, you could at least know 8 forms of the verb. So you don't need to do all of them all the time. Obviously, the reason why I'm doing it is because it's fun. It's fun to go over all the stuff. Like, yoni, you don't have to group yoni together and recall yoni together. Like, all the yo phrases, I have them grouped together. So whenever a keyword like in a manner or in a way, you have all of them. Fu, mitai, so, yo, all of them come up as choices. And then I'm looking and sieving through the patterns that are attached. Now, because I did that, I've practiced them again outside of SRS. So the thing that I talked about for quite some time at the end of the Wanikani like journey to level 60 was that when you are very focused, you are also the most narrow-minded. And narrow-mindedness creates efficiency, right? You worry less, you think of less possibilities, you worry about less noise, so you have clarity, right? Knowing one answer gives clarity. Having to consider 5 possible answers create obfuscation, interference, and a whole mess of convoluted confoundedness. Trying to organize 5 possible answers into specific probability groups like this, where there's 2, 2, and 1, that's 3 subgroups of organization. And then you can do the relationship between the one group of the 2 items, another relationship, and then how this one is unique from the other 2 groups. That is analytics. So you're analyzing and thinking not simply through memorization or recognition. That's my natural cue. Like, I learn things this way. I learn this way because when I do one action, I'm practicing many actions. I'm not working on memory alone. Like, I don't want to remember separate things. I'm not remembering one sentence. I'm remembering the general order and construction of many sentences. I'm not considering one choice because I memorize and think one natural thing is one natural thing at a time. That's like 1,000 natural things. I think of 1,000 natural things, I sort them into like a smaller number of things into chunks. So the 1,000 things become 200 dominant things, in which it breaks apart, builds up, and breaks apart. So I want to emphasize that it happens a lot. I don't think this will be the last time. This is not even close to the last time I'm going to talk about this, because that's the pyramid of thinking. I do not believe it is appropriate for someone who has intermediate understanding or advanced understanding to continue to rely on memorization and narrow-minded hyperfocus. When you tell yourself that you have learned all the foundations of Japanese, or you're very comfortable with all the foundations of Japanese, and you're asking yourself, so when you look at an example or you're about to express your feelings, there's only one way to do it, and you forgot, or you remember it. You either remember how to express it, or you forgot to express how to express it, or remember how to express it. And that's all you're doing. That is foundational. It is beginner, and you can choose to continue to do that, right? And maybe be happy with it. I'm not seeking to stick with that alone anymore. And that to me is pretty much what happens when you decide you're going to do something and the best way is the only way you have learned. Well, if it's the only way you have learned and it's the only way you have focused, of course it's the best way. When you play a video game and you always play it the same way, of course it's going to be the best way that you know how to play the video game. It's the only way. It's the most practiced way. It's the most comforting way to do so. You spend most of your time invested in all eggs in one basket. So you hope that it never breaks down, right? And if it breaks down, you might encounter discussions with people like me, I suppose. Not particularly excelling in any particular way. Typically very more casts wider nets. The foundation is the foundation. So we are beyond the foundation. And that's kind of why I'm recalling here and being a little bit locked in, I suppose. This part is what Japanese is to me now. I don't remembering vocabulary, knowing what exactly the right answer is, remembering what do the collective natives say based on the highest frequency of the Kanto dialect. That's one thing. That's one thing. You're remembering and memorizing one thing. You're not talking about how the Kanto dialect pattern is in connection with the Kyoto dialect, right? Or the Kyushu dialect. You're not doing all of that. And that is the good part, in my opinion, is the fun part, is the good part of the thing. You're no longer specifically being satisfied by if you remember something or not. It's far too basic. Like, you're no longer basic. At least for myself, I don't want to engage. I'm not engaged enough anymore to remember things like that, where, okay, yoni is used in these 5 separate distinct cases, and you're looking specifically for those cases and memorizing those words. I think for me, I'm not smart enough, you could argue, I'm not smart enough to memorize native sentences over and over again. You're just still getting foundations and all the things. Yeah, Beth. So in to be clear, when you have to know where you are, right? So in no way am I saying like drama is inappropriately doing something, or Beth, you are inappropriately doing something. You gotta know when you feel like moving on, or like where you want to encourage yourself. So for me, nowadays, I spend more time staring at a sentence than memorizing vocabulary. Like, I don't it's not that I don't know the separate things in the sentence. Most of my focus now is to ask myself, why did they choose the sentence? And what does the sentence mean to me? In fact, sometimes when I'm reading the Japanese sentences, I'm actually thinking about what it means to me. Like, they write, Bunpro, the people in Bunpro do write some funny sentences. Like today, they were talking about Bluetooth, and I was gonna make a comment about Bluetooth. So the grammar points and stuff, the way to describe, oh, this is important, or this is more common for that stuff, those are the stuff that are interesting to me now. I know I'm not going to memorize all the vocabulary. Like, what I mean is, do I have enough? Have I ever taken any of the N level tests? I haven't. I did a mock test like 2 years ago on N5. Like after like 6 months of Duolingo, people asked me to test all the time, like from time to time, and I took a mock test N5 after 6 months of Duolingo. I mean, getting a passing score on the N5 is not that bad. Now here we do have a special treat here. So in Bunpro, they provide practice tests. So I have planned to do a special stream in a staggered way. I already went over the scheduling stuff in the reviews, but Bunpro actually has 5 like mock tests for every level. How and when I'm going to do them has already been determined. So for the N5 is after I complete my study month on N4 vocabulary, which is next month. This month was N4 grammar. So it's the practice month. So the reviews N5 schedule. So the N5 schedule is we did N5 grammar, and N5 vocabulary across 2 months. That's the lessons. And then the third month, the month after, month 3, was a practice month. So the practice month is for the grammar and the vocabulary. The last 2 months, which is April and May, were the N4 months for grammar and vocabulary. So it's like this structure, so N4. Now, we're in the third month. Now, this part got a little tricky because of other things. So now the third month is grammar practice. So the month that we are currently in is grammar practice, not lessons. This is lessons. The next month, month 4, is the N4 vocabulary practice. Now, where does the N5 test comes in? So now at the end of the 4th month, we will do the first N5 mock exam. All right, so we'll find out based on their mock exam. And then when it gets to the next cycle, so now 4 months, there's going to be a next cycle, the N3 cycle, which will also do probably grammar, vocab lessons for 2 months. It might actually end up being 3 months because the number of grammar and vocabulary at N3 is higher than N4. N5 and N4 on Bunpro had about the same amount. So I spread them out. So we're going to spread it out, either the volume to 2 to 3 months, and we repeat the cycle. So now what happens at the N3 month? When I finish my practice months, we're going to do an N5 mock exam and an N4 mock exam. The first N4 mock exam. So these will be at the end of the N3 cycle, and so on and so forth. So the exams are going to be stacked for 5 times. So by the time I get to the end of the N1 cycle, I would have done all 5 N5 mock exams. I would have done 4 of the N4 mock exams, 3 of the N3, 2 of the N1, and be preparing for the first N1 mock exam. Why am I doing it that way? It's because that's my SRS. there's no SRS for mock exams, and I need to space them. So the reason why I can do this is because oftentimes Bunpro, when they're doing grammar and sentences, the grammar and sentences are written in a way that incorporates the previous grammar points. So when I'm reviewing N4 example sentences, they have N5 grammar in them. And many of the vocabulary, they tell you in Bunpro what the vocabulary coverage is. And usually it's graded, their grammar examples are graded based on the vocabulary that they have set. So when you're reading N4 sentences, there are N5 grammar points and N5 vocabulary. That's not always guaranteed. The idea is I'm leaving the next group so that there will be time, and then I would go back and do the mock exams. So that's how the mock exams are coming in. So if it was an exam situation, yes. Now, when it comes to doing it or take an exam, if I had to be very conservative, I would pass an N3 exam. Now, I'm pretty sure I can test my way out of an N3 exam. Would I be satisfied with the results? I wouldn't know, because typically exams don't necessarily tell me whether I should be satisfied or not. It doesn't measure my proficiency in my tasks. Like, for example, an N exam doesn't tell me about how much I think about N5 or N4 grammar. It tells me what they want me to know, which I can do to compare myself with other people. So that's, I think, standardized testing is excellent when the responsibility that you have is to compare yourself to other people, or compare yourself for an obligation, basically to qualify, go to Japan, qualify. You need N3 plus for specific things to go to Japan. I'm not going to Japan. And also, I rarely compare myself to anyone. Now, if someone really needs to compare to me, and they offered me a very persuasive argument that it would help them along the way if they would compare themselves to me, I would have to do something standardized to work. Like, I would need to do something standardized so that we can compare each other. Comparing, like, even now, the way I'm doing this, my experience is I'm pointing out all the things that I do not compare with someone else. So when someone is using Bunpro, I have to make sure to explain this stuff, because the way they're going to experience Bunpro, all of this is going to be different. Like, I can assure you, if I had to guess, the first thing someone's going to do when I put myself in their shoes, when they talk about mock exams, is that right when they complete, the first time they see all of the lessons in the N5 group of Bunpro, they're going to take all these mock exams. And then the next thing they're going to do is they're going to register for an official one. Right? And then our experience deviates. So I can't like account for that at all. When someone tells me like, oh, are you going to take an exam? It's like, well, you'll never know how you compare to me because I haven't taken a standardized exam. So that is a common question, right? People ask me, have I taken an exam? It's like, well, I'm not interested. If you compel me, be my friend, and say like somehow me taking an exam would help you do something, then I am willing to do that. I have no satisfaction from doing that, nor do I have an application, because I'm not going to Japan to work, or I'm not going to live in Japan. That would be one of the motivations, which that's a lot of the people's motivations. So for sure. Apparently N5 is starting to be required if you want to go to school in Japan. Yes, N5 is required. In fact, I think it's N4 and N3. And depending on the level of school, I think it's N3 plus. And then the work visa is N2, yes. You don't need... now here's a grain of salt. You don't need BJLPT if you are working remotely for a company that is not in Japan and you want to reside in Japan. There's like a special there are ways to live in Japan but not require Japanese proficiency if you work remotely. So like tech companies and stuff would have people, you can live somewhere and still work for a different company. And that visa situation is a topical thing that has been happening in the last year or two. Like to attract people who have money, who are successful, but to alleviate their work visa situation, because you kind of want people who are good working and whatnot, who may not necessarily be proficient. Like it's a compromise about needing to know the language versus having someone who is very successful, reside in Japan, spend money, contribute to commerce, and still work for something else, like for someone else outside of the country. So remote work is a little bit different for that requirement. You don't have plans for either because money and responsibility, but fun fact, yeah, I don't have any plans either. And I know of most of those N5 things because I needed to understand why people do it, why most people do it. So easy, just have a high-paying remote tech job. Exactly. So if you're wondering what is the most common people you hear about when you think about the examples online, tech jobs. You've actually seen videos like that? Exactly. You go to Japan and you can reside in Japan despite the people having very low proficiency. Now, here's the thing. If they're hardworking, high-paying, eventually they would likely end up being proficient in Japanese, right? The idea is, if I had to put myself in like the Asian culture or the Japanese culture, the visa program, the visa requirements are to make sure that the people who come to your country can understand and obey, like be contributors to the country. So the higher the standard goes is a reflection of the country's requirements for a visitor to be able to be acceptable in their country, right? Like, so being able to speak the language helps with integrating with culture and not creating conflict, but you can also be very successful in other ways. And you want to attract successful people because successful people might actually be very successful at acquiring the language afterwards. So in Japan, this is, in my opinion, like when I'm looking at like the tourism and then residents and foreigners is a very topical, it's very topical right now with Japan. And there are different ways to get in, provided you are successful and productive. One way someone can make assurances that the person who's coming into Japan is productive is probably to have a language proficiency exam, because that would be very tough for anyone to be proficiently integrating into a country without being able to speak their primary language, right? So, however, you can also be a high-paying executive who simply wants to reside in Japan, maybe even work for its economic status, and still maybe acquire the language later. You definitely should know the language a fair bit if you stay there. Exactly. So that's the way. Now, the way that you typically hear is the minimum requirements of N5, right? Right. Or like the minimum requirement of N3+. And those are coming from the perspective that you and I interact with, not like you and me who are interested in going and stuff like that. The people we hear are trying to reach the minimum. The people you see, right? The people you see often, like on content creation and stuff, they are already ahead before they went. So they were either professionally successful, well integrated, already invested a lot in the Japanese culture. They were probably still proficient in Japanese despite not taking exams. And they still went to Japan, had a visa approved through their success. that doesn't mean they can't simply walk into the exam. So a lot of the content creators, they would be proficient in the language despite not having the language tested. That's kind of the idea of success. The idea is most people that you see online, they probably prepared far beyond the requirements already. So you have to take into that account. The ones that we hear about, the people who are improving, who are young, who are like the first time they've ever learned a language, they're trying to reach up a minimum. And for myself, I don't know where I am. I can tell you now though, I could probably, with some like off time and not streaming and all that, pass the N3 exam fairly conservatively. Probably pass the N3 exam. Taking a test requires a test taking approach. So I would start studying the exams, right? This will then, I would start sounding like someone else. Like, think about it this way. Here's my counter argument, Beth. The way I'm learning Japanese is not that great for practicing for N5, N4, N3. If someone asked me like, hey, can you work with me in Japan? I want to invest in your career, right? I want to invest in your career. Like someone from Japan right now came to me and said, hey, we would love you to come to Japan. We want to fund you for 5 years on your project about integrating Asian American culture into Japan or something, and it sounds like a dream of a lifetime. And then they asked me, to fund this, I have to pass the N3 exam in the next year. My studying would then be focused on taking exams. So I would only study and spend all of my time specifically focused on passing the exam. So this type of stuff that I'm talking about, this scheduling and stuff, that's not part of the exam. Like you don't practice time scheduling, critical thinking skills, and alternative ways of explaining things, or the integration of English and Japanese culture and like NetSpeak and stuff. You don't need any of that information. So like 80% of my time would be quote unquote a waste of time for practicing for N5 and stuff. So when someone asks me the way I'm doing it, right? Like if they're asking me, am I preparing for the exam? I'm not, right? That's the obvious point. And then if they ask me, would I do really well on an exam? I would say I would do up to a point because I spent covering those things. Now, when someone asks me, whoa, how do you know you're N3 plus? That sounds arrogant. You mean it's arrogant to summarize over 8,000 hours of Japanese studies and I only got to N3? Like, we have to put it into perspective, right? Like someone thinks that it takes a year to 2 years to get to N3, where they spent like 2 hours or less a day in those 2-year periods to get to N3. I think about Japanese like 10 hours a day for over 2.5 years, and I still think modestly that I would probably get somewhere around N3. I might end up barely failing N3, something like that. So we have to put into perspective. Most of my time is actually not invested in understanding what's going to be on the N5, N4, N3 tests. Now, the good news is, because I'm studying using Bunpro, we can find out next month, the end of next month, we can find out how well I do on a N5 mock exam. And then by Christmas time, we can find out if I can still do the N5 exam, and then also one of the N4 exams. It's going to be a special stream. Basically, I'm going to write something up on the board and say, shh, give me 2 hours. Because if you look at these time frames, this mock exam has a 1.5 hour limit. And this mock exam has a 2-hour limit. So I'm basically going to live record me taking the mock exam. I'm going to try my best. My inclination is that I'm still going to spend some time talking to people and saying hello despite taking the mock exam. It's going to be an interesting experience. I don't think I've ever done an examination thing where I recorded and shared things live. The alternative, I haven't decided, is to take this exam, record myself, and then post it, as in afterwards. But I want to try with the N5 to do it live, as in some people can come by and say hello. I need to learn how to say, oh, hey, hi, right now I'm taking an exam, so you could post your thoughts, write your thoughts, and if I have a time to look at it, I'll look at it, right? If I'm ahead and whatnot. So that's kind of what I'm going to do first. If I find that it was not sustainable, then maybe we'll record all of it. So basically, in my own time, I hit the record button, I take the exam, I record my screen, then I edit it and then post out what the exam looked like when I was doing the exam. I don't think that is good enough to meet my ends, so that is pretty much the idea at the moment. Apparently, official N5 exams are only on Sundays. Yeah, and exams are internationally administered on similar days. Apparently, according to Drama James, who I haven't heard from a while now, I think James should have taken his N3 exam, should be working on moving to Japan soon, if not already. So I haven't heard from James in a while now. So the N3 exam was pretty soon. The N4 exam is also a very specific time now, and Drama is, I think, taking his N4 or something like that. So, and they're from different countries, but apparently it's administered in a similar time internationally. It's difficult for you on Sundays because of responsibilities on Sunday. That's interesting. You do a lot on Sundays. If you had to guess, you would, but not ideal. Yeah. And here's a thing. This might sound hypocritical. When I go to do this mock exam, right? According to other people who took the Bunpro, did these, I don't know if it's randomly generated or if it's fixed. I will only find out when I start. According to the forums, the people who design these mock exams, they are aiming a slightly higher than what their project is. That doesn't matter if you're N3 and you're taking N5 exam, right? So now my thought is, this is why it might sound hypocritical. The amount of time that I have spent on this content, reiterating this content, reevaluating this content, and seeing the same type of Japanese concepts in various ways, I'm expecting to ace these exams, not pass these exams. So when I'm saying about N3, for example, yeah, I'm not saying work. Yeah, family stuff. It's expected that you're around for family? Okay. Yeah, I'm not expecting it was work related. So for these exams, right, I'm expecting to ace these exams. So when I say that I will do fairly well on the N3 exam, I wouldn't take the N3 exam until I'm ready. Most people think when they're ready is when they pass an exam. For myself personally, when I say I'm ready for an exam, I expect to ace the exam. So I prepare well in advance to my proficiency exams. So if I was graded, I'm expected to aim higher than what's being graded. When I go to work, I want to perform above and beyond what the standard is. I don't want to meet the standard. I want to go beyond the standard. I don't want to create a new standard. I'm not out to say, hey, look at me, I'm the gold standard. Everyone should be. I want to be greater than the standard that the average or the requirements are set. And that is usually what I do mostly to feel satisfied. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I just passed the N5, it's like, congratulations, how do you feel? And they feel great. For me, if I just barely passed the exam, like this is my personal insecurities, what I don't know is what I need to focus on. Because the things I do are less satisfying. Right? So, hear me out. This is my personal insecurity. I think the mistakes that I've made, the gaps in my knowledge, all those things are far more important and far more valuable than reminding myself of what I know. So it's the opposite, in my opinion, where people gather the satisfaction from. Like when someone ace an exam, they're like, oh, thank goodness, I'm never gonna have to do that again. And when I ace an exam, I'm like, well, it's a shame I don't learn anything more. Like there's nothing else to learn anymore. It's great affirmation. Like affirmation feels good, right? The vast majority of my reward comes from improving, from learning all the things I don't know. Curiosity is what drives my inspiration. So oftentimes when people pass an exam, they're like, yes, now I don't have to do N5 again. Let's move on to N4. If I don't ace the N5 mock exam, I go back and review and work on all the things that I missed until I understand it, while I'm slowly paralleling in N4. So the idea behind the staggered mock exams is that just because I get to N3 doesn't mean I'm beyond N5 and N4. So much like the rant that I had on this screen, right? This screen, I still go over everything. I continue to try to integrate so that all of it becomes fluid. My principle is that me personally, I'm never beyond other people's comprehensions. I'm never beyond the foundation. I do my due diligence. Every once in a while, every frequently, I do SRS myself. I go over all my N5 stuff every 3 months or so. I don't tell myself I passed the N5, I never have to go back to N5. I never have to go back to N4. It's a one and done deal. So for me, I really did love the way you have decided to go back to Wanikani, Beth, and continue to try to see how to make it work, right? You don't have to do it all at once. You can sometimes take breaks from the thing you're doing, learn something else, and then come back and look at things through a new lens, right? Because you're constantly learning more. So when you look back and also revisit old things, you have new perspectives. Your things grow. You're creating associations by intuition. The thing that I don't resonate with, that Japanese language learners do very often, is that when they pass something, they never have to think about it again, or they try to minimize the way they think about it. And that to me creates gaps. So when someone tries to simplify something or talk to another person to help them, they no longer can do it, right? Like if you, Beth, like struggle with an N5 concept and you talk to someone who's a one and done and they're like an N1, they will speak to you like you should know N1 while describing an N5 concept. So then that would be a teacher or a person who's offering advice that isn't useful. That's kind of like a beginner saying I should follow everything an expert says when they're a beginner. It's often incredibly inappropriate because the gap can be so wide. Now you can get lucky that the expert spends most of their time teaching beginners. That's a different story. But you don't have control over that. You don't have control over if what the expert is telling you is appropriate for a beginner. It takes an expert to keep on considering beginner things in order to be an excellent teacher for that level. Now, you yourself have skills that you'll be an expert in. And if you are practicing how to, like, this is why family, you talked about family. This is why I think family dynamics are very telling of someone. Like, I don't have a child, right? If I did have a child, I would have to relearn or test myself if I still can empathize with what my child is going through, my hypothetical child is going through, because you have to practice all those things. So, like, when a child learns to walk and you're asking yourself, I don't remember the last time I thought about how I learned how to walk. So how are you going to help your child? You just shove them and hope that they learn themselves? You could do that, obviously, right? Like, your fingers crossed, your child just learns on them by themselves, right? They do whatever they want. But what happens when they ask you, hey, can you help me with my math homework? Can you help me with my grammar? Right? Can you help me with my Japanese? I want to learn Japanese. I was told you know Japanese. Can you teach me some Japanese? That's what happens when native speakers think that they're beyond foundations. Like in English, like a person who's very good at English, right? I've had this discussion many times with students who are preparing for the SATs. They tell me that, oh, it's just a couple words. I know a lot of English. I'm very good at English. And the first thing I ask them is like, so what do you think the subject-noun agreement is in this sentence? They're like, what do you mean, agreement? Well, what do you mean by that? And I'm like, I'm asking you a middle school question about how to describe the subject-verb agreement in a sentence. That's what I mean. Now, again, it's not that it won't work out, because children are awesome. Like, children learn as well. The idea is, if you're an adult and a child or someone, it doesn't have to be a child. It could be like two adults. It could be adult that's starting out. Like, they said they want to change their career. They want to become a computer science engineer. And the last job they had was they were a farmer. And then you're the computer engineer who's an expert and a leading person by your field, but it's been like 10 years since you worked with a beginner. How often is it that the expert is going to have time to revisit how to educate a beginner? If you're a teacher, it's likely. If you're not, then you're probably going to say a bunch of things that you think will help the beginner, and then the beginner may or may not succeed. That is usually the child analogy, where like a parent does not step up and go through all the tracks, like learn how to be patient again, learn that there's trial and error to helping your child naturally learn and problem solve, sitting down with the child to challenge them to figure out how to solve problems and then see if they can start solving problems themselves. All those things, it's really dependent if you practice those things anymore. And online, when people talk to each other, they talk to each other like they're not human beings anymore. And they always talk to each other like they know everything. Like, oh yeah, you should know. Everyone knows this. It's like, well, yeah, everyone online in your circle knows this. Like, can you explain to me what you mean by that? That's what I mean by it's time, and it's time wasted when you have no application for it. For myself, I love helping young people. Like, I love encouraging people, even not even young, like literally young. I'm talking about young at mind. People who are willing to learn. They are still young in the mind. They're still open-minded. And in order to curate and encourage them to want to learn new things, you have to also be able to communicate what it feels like. Like, how do you get someone excited to learn a new thing if you have old brain in your forehead, right? Someone's like, you probably encountered this before. You just discovered your favorite TV show, right? Beth, you like discovered this, really cool thing. And then you talk to someone who played the game for a very long time, and they give you like this 100-year-old jaded comment, and then now all your enthusiasm is gone. Like, I really love this show. It's on season 1 and feels really good. And then someone on season 7 is like, yo, dude, this show just goes to crap after season 3. You might as well just not watch it. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess I won't even watch the 3 good seasons and then figure out if I think the show goes to crap after 3 seasons. Right? That's kind of someone who thinks about all of that. They will say something like, oh yeah, like you're in the season 1. I still remember how it was exciting during this time. And then season 2, it got really great. Season 3 was like super peak. And then season 4 got a little down, but I still feel like it was enthusiastic. Right now where I am, the season is kind of a mixed bag. So now you have the whole track. You have the feeling track, right? So the person isn't just you have to, like, the person who's only watching season 1 suddenly has to understand the person who watched season 7 and don't care about any of the season before it. That's like what I mean by the internet hustle culture person, where when you like something, like for example Wagotabi, here's a good example of an analogy between you and me about Wagotabi. When a jaded advanced learner in Japanese comes to you and is like, dude, Wagotabi's trash. Like, who's never gonna learn anything from Japanese? Like, you learn so much better if you just grind 100 hours of Genki textbook and then just grind your way to listening to 1,000 podcasts like me in Japanese, and you don't need Wagotabi. Meanwhile, all you're thinking about is, oh man, Wagotabi is really fun because I'm starting out in Japanese and it is a great new, perspective that you're engaging in. That happens. It happens quite a lot. And children, the parents' dynamics with the children falls into that category a lot, where a parent think they're too good for the child's activities. So instead of participating with the child through thick and thin, like practicing and failing together, like if you suck at math, for example, like if you suck at math and your child needs math homework, you're an adult who, if you practice problem solving skills and other skills, you can learn with the child again. The odds of you being ahead, regardless of where the child is failing, you're probably going to have an edge. That's one of the contrasts between someone who is experienced and who's inexperienced. So oftentimes, the most patient parents, the more tolerant parents, are the most caring parents. They have their patience, they understand, they still remember what it's like to be a child. So that to me is what I think effective teachers are. Effective teachers have to, quote unquote, waste their time against their colleagues' snobberies, because you're gonna have, it's not bad or good, it's more like priorities. There are advanced learners who expect their students to be advanced learners, right? And then there are advanced learners who spend most of their time trying to be patient to bring up a larger net of students. Now the thing is, the time they spent could keep them down too. Like the time they spent trying to cast a wider net, it will make them less of an advanced learner, right? You have to sacrifice that time. So I myself personally am willing to always engage in that. I like being like a bridge. I'm not the top, nor am I the bottom. I enjoy being a bridge because I'm almost 40, and all I can think about is it would be pretty awesome to have like a 5-year-old child to raise and teach and stuff. If not, you could argue, what is the next best thing for someone who likes teaching and helping? Set yourself up for an attempt to bump into anyone who likes to learn something, because that's what children do. They learn, you see them succeed. And I'm not calling you a child, Beth, obviously. We're still talking about the mental mind. Like, it is absolutely, it's the most rewarding sight for me to see people succeed, right? And especially succeed mentally, right? If you say you want to learn something, and if I can contribute to it, I want to contribute to it. And then seeing you succeed it's all the reward you really need. Seeing someone able to succeed where they didn't really think they were going to, that's amazing. It's priceless. The smile on it's obviously I can't see your face and I can't see other people's faces when they do things. However, those people who share it, you're right, like share the experience on content creation and stuff, they recording themselves, like one day it just magically clicks. That's beautiful. Human ability to learn is absolutely beautiful when they click. So how does this relate to like the people who are reaching bare minimums and like using idealism to learn, so they always constantly feel like they're disappointing themselves? That hurts. When someone spends thousands of hours to pass an exam and they barely pass, only to feel bad about it, right? Because it sucks. Like, what can you do in that situation? They did something great and they still feel like crap. That to me is my indirect way of talking about idealism. So going back to where you hopped in about looking for correct answers, like only correct answers, and memorizing only correct answers, that means there's only one way to be right and one way to be wrong, and there's not many opportunities to learn something else. And when you don't have, in my opinion, when one has very limited way of learning and doing things and solving things, it does mean that to you, like the person that's doing this, they are the reason why it's the highway, is your way or the highway. And it works both ways. It's antagonistic to anyone who disagrees with you, and you yourself are your worst enemy. So when you get something wrong, you only know that you got it wrong because it's the only way you can be wrong, and there's only one way you can be right. No consolidation, no other ways to solve a problem. When you have a problem, you have no idea how to solve another problem. And that is what I do spend most of my evening talking about, actually. Like whenever I interact with the one or two people who talk to me privately, it's simply to discuss different ideas, different ways to go about solving a problem, finding reassurances, tackling things, and it's brainstorming. It's very tough to talk to someone and the first thing they tell me is, can you just tell me the right answer? Can you tell me what they want? Can you tell me the right things to write down about my own personal experience? I'm like, it's your own personal experience. You should be able to write about anything. Like, you should be able to fill pages with all of your personal motivations. It's not that anymore. Like kids, what kids ask is, how do I write a good essay? I'm like, what do you mean by how to write a good essay? It's like, oh, what are the tricks? What are the things I need to memorize and copy to make a good essay? Like, what do you think is a good essay? What do you think you want to write about? Because the things you want to write about, you can speak with them in a quality that makes it. Is this going to be on the test? Exactly. And that's where kids start. Like, that's where younger people start. Eventually they will be, is this test important to me? Can I do better than this test? Do I know enough to cover all the tests and then some? how comfortable do I feel about the content that could be in this test and anything possible that I might not have thought of? Have I practiced enough to comfortably feel like I can pass the test and meet the standards of that test? Not what is literally going to be in the test. Give me an example that's identical to the problem set in the test so then I can reproduce it, right? So when you become an adult, you're no longer reliant on identifications, like eidetic things. Like, here's one that kids, like younger people, specifically as older people, what is success like? Or they don't even say what is success like. What is success? How can you be successful? And then the older person would think, can you be a little bit more specific, or like infuse some sort of personality or demand, because that is a very fully loaded question. So then the older person or the successful person would say more words of wisdom as opposed to giving specific details. Because when you're an adult, the details are yours. They're not prescriptional to the other person. So like, oh, how do you be successful? Be born Japanese. What that sounds like a left field, but let's recontextualize to Bunpro and language learning. One of the ways to be successful in Japan is to be born Japanese. So like when a teenager, the first thing you might think this is absurd, like why would anyone think that could hurt someone? Well, a teenager who is going to turn 18, who uproots their life and goes to Japan, and then they get treated like a foreigner, the first thing they'll probably think about is, I wish I was born Japanese, so then I could fit in and be successful in Japan. Because their model was a Japanese person, which they are not. I'm not saying you can't be happy wanting to be a Japanese person your entire life, or being accepted as a Japanese person when you're not. You can be happy with that. The idea is it can also work the other way. It can work in many ways. Like, if I want to go to Japan, I'll try my best to be like the Japanese. And I can do that for the rest of my life and put a smile on my face, knowing that also in reality, I can't be reborn as Japanese. Right? So, as an adult, like in my opinion, when you're more experienced, you come to terms and you leverage all of that. You see all the good qualities and bad qualities. Like, think about it this way. You're not Japanese, but you are a foreigner. So what are the pros and cons of being a foreigner in Japan? Now you're thinking less narrow-mindedly. You're open to all the possibilities. Like, you're trying to integrate all the things that make you you. You're not separating them, compartmentalizing them because they're either right or wrong. You're using all you've got. You're looking at everything about you, not asking, hey, what is the best way to be Japanese? Be Japanese. That's the tough one. Now, how does this translate to NetSpeak or the people I meet online? Usually, when they are upset, they usually wish for something they are not. Like, slipping. Like, what they mean is they say it out of exacerbation. Like, man, I wish I had better memory. Okay? That's not going to solve your problem now, wishing that. However, what can you do with the tools that you have now, and even my help or presence? We can approach it a different way. So you don't have the best memory, sure. Which, by the way, the irony here is later down the road, I would tell them, like, your memory is probably still better than mine. And we would take like a performance test, like a memory performance test, and they would score like 15% higher than me. And I was like the basis for them making that comment. Like, oh, I wish I had better memory. And they were talking to me, so they were inferring that someone in like currently talking in the room has better memory than them. They have an aspect of what better memory looks like. And turns out the thing they think is memory is not, because I don't have better memory than them. Like, multiple times someone would say like, oh, you must have really great short-term memory because you memorized all these things. And my first thought is, I'm willing to bet that I'm either not statistically significantly different, like the two of us don't have statistically, like largely statistically different memory capacities, because that's a very rare thing. It's a very rare trait. Our strategies might be different. That might account for the differences. So what do I do most of the time? I don't go around saying I'm a genius because I have good memory. I might be performing better because I have more strategies. So how do I go about doing that? I show as many strategies as I can and hope that it inspires someone to figure out their strategy, right? So I know you get it. You try to be helpful, and not like all programs are trash. Yeah, not like all programs are trash. And is this going to be on the test? That's a tough one. Beth, when I have office hours and you have different college students, right, come in for help, specifically, in my opinion, I worry about the ones that say, is this going to be on the test? More than the students that are testing me, how much knowledge I have, because they have questions that they're just simply digging too deep, like deeper than I have. Like someone say, hey, you know, this variable here, are you sure you, like, is the instructor, like, because I'm the teaching assistant, so I am responsible for the professor's exam questions and content. Like, I didn't make the exam. I'm also reading through the exam and learning how to explain things, right? So a student comes in and say like, so the professor said this in this note, and I'm not in class. Like, I don't sit in class following the professor that they have's lesson. So they would say, well, this doesn't quite make sense and line up with this example they're using. Shouldn't this apply? And then I'm like looking at it like, you know, you have a point. Maybe I'll go and check with the professor, because I think you raise a really good point. And those are the kids, like those are the students, they're way ahead of the curve. Like, they're questioning the test content. Like, they're to the point where they know the foundations, right? They've already known all the foundations. They're testing and questioning the material that's given to them and challenging the instructor and the TA, how well they understand the material. The ones that say they're just there to get the right answer so that they can score better, they're not really learning all that much. They're gonna remember it and then they're gonna dump all of the stuff. Like, and the idea is, hear me out, those students can make it work, because if they know this is the last time they're ever going to use this material, then they're going to learn just enough to pass the material and never come back to it. That's efficiency. I can appreciate that. So, like, for example, for Japanese language learners, there are people who simply study for the exam, N5, N3, you know, up to N2, and the moment they pass N2, they dump everything and they already got it over with. So now they got in. Now they can just learn whatever Japanese they want to learn. Right? Go out in Japan, learn colloquial, because the stuff you learn in N5, N4, and up to N2, that doesn't mean most of that stuff is quote unquote useful when you're interacting in Japan. In fact, the people on Wanikani and Bunpro, they have this debate all the time where like, oh, well, you just need to pass the exam. Like half of this stuff you don't really use, half of this, you make those arguments. So there are pros and cons to everything. When you're getting advice, you kind of want to make sure that the person you're talking with, or if you're trying to motivate each other, you kind of want to know the person's state of mind. Like if someone says, oh yeah, all I care about is the JLPT exams, don't talk to me because I'm going to trigger you like on a daily basis, because half the stuff I'm talking about isn't even on the exam. Like, is the N5 exam telling you explain the relationship between causative and passive using Japanese examples where you use an ichidan, 2 ichidan verbs with 2 godan verbs? Are you going to have that in JLPT? I don't actually. I would be very surprised and possibly kind of impressed if that's the nature of the type of question in a language proficiency exam. So, like, the way I'm thinking about these things and remembering vocabulary, that's not what they're testing. Like, explain, like, for example, here's the vocabulary word. Explain the radicals and your interpretation of the radicals in which it can be assimilated to form the native meaning of this word. And then explain it how it could be analogous in English. That's not what JLPT is testing. JLPT does not test 80% of the way that I think about language. So, no, this would be a terrifyingly poor way for anyone to think that anything I say is gonna dramatically help them with taking an exam. And so the idea is, if I took an exam, what would that be like? And that comes back to basically your question that you shared earlier. I can probably pass the N3 exam. Probably. And it took me probably 2 to 3 times longer to get to this point than someone who is specifically studying for the exam. I think if I had to put my shoes, hypothetically, like I can't rewind time, so I can't rewind all the things that I've done. However, if I were to study specifically for the exam, hypothetically, the 3 to 4 months to pass the N5, 1 year to pass the N4, maybe on a good day where I don't do anything with N4, like N4 and beyond, start another project and just keep studying, a year, like another year, like, so 2.5 years to pass the N3. And what I mean by 2.5 years is maybe like 30 minutes a day for 2.5 years. N3, pretty good. If I'm specifically studying for the N3. In fact, I can probably get there a little bit faster if I simply just do mock exams and study mock exams for the whole time. Like, take a mock exam, break it down, look at all the patterns that deal with how mock exams are structured, and then maybe after I pass the N1 in I'm going to say conservatively 4.5 years, I will release a book on all the patterns and formulations and standardizations on JLPT as like a as a study, as a case study. That's probably what I would do. I haven't taken exams, right? There's no like master list of past papers. Like it's not like I can just sit here and build an entire series on taking mock exams. If I could do that, that would be a fun experiment. I would say it would be a really fun experiment to collaborate with, I don't know, the JLPT administrators. They could give me like 20 mock exams, like a glossary or an archive. It might be possible. I don't actually know. I haven't ever dug for mock exams. Like maybe we can collect like 30 different mock exams that came from a specific era, like a era of standardization, because JLPT standardization gets updated over time. So whatever the current standard is, like right now HSK, their standard is getting revised. The Chinese exams, they are getting revised, so they get updated. So mock exams, you can learn how to test take, you can learn the exam. This is I brought this topic up before. I grew up on a liberal arts education, like liberal arts in college, liberal arts in graduate school. Liberal arts tend to de-emphasize one way or the highway, like standardized exams. They tend to challenge the person to learn as many different ways as possible, because every professor is different. It is very jarring. Like for someone who comes from a standardized perspective, like everyone takes the same type of exams, they're always comparable, everyone learns the same material, right? That's JLPT. Everyone learns the same material, so you can compare to each other, despite humans being dramatically different and different ages, and it's voluntary and all that stuff. Despite all of that, when you're in high school, right, when you're younger, all of your exams are typically standardized, unless you're incredibly privileged and you went to a liberal arts style education where everything is dependent on the tasks you complete and individualize. You are standardized. So when you're going from high school to college, you still need to pass a standardized exam in order for them to compare the students, right? Like, how do you compare students if every student's variation is great? Use a standardized exam. JLPT is a proficiency test to screen people on a standardization. Now, how successful are they is a wild card, because the college that I went to and the graduate school that I went to, it wasn't strictly based on standardized exams or grades. It was also weighted on individual experience. And I managed to make it into those choices, I don't think on the back of remarkable grades, because I didn't have remarkable standardized grades. One of the people that I've been talking to, they were talking about like their SAT scores and how they have to get like a 1550 plus on a 1600 score. And my first thought is that is something I can't help them with, because I didn't do, like, I barely had a prep time. Like I was told I should take the SATs. I took the SATs. I got a incredibly mediocre score, and I am the person I am now from that product. So whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, you must have perfect the SAT score, and I'm like, I scored in like the 70th percentile in mathematics. And then, you know, someone was like assuming I should have scored perfect on a mathematical standard, because I was trying to explain to them of the conceptual understanding of differential equations in calculus. And I'm like, I didn't get the differential equations in calculus because I scored perfect on the SATs. In fact, most of the standardized exams were encouragement for me to understand that there's a lot of things I don't understand. And that's the basis of my college, graduate school education. I got humbled at every corner. I got sobered and gut punched and kicked on the ground over and over again, because I thought I knew things. I thought I comprehended things, and I didn't. In fact, it was so scarring. I'm saying with a smiling face because I know how to manage it. I wouldn't be smiling if I didn't know how to manage it. I got kicked so hard, like I got humbled so hard at every corner of my life in general, in education. Every time I had to do that, I had to step up. So every time I got scarred so much that most of the time when I walk into a room, I expect everyone to be better than me. That's what I ended my like conversation with Procall yesterday about. I prefer to overestimate my company. It keeps me vigilant. It keeps me like alert. I rarely ever underestimate my colleagues, an exam, something they produce. So in anticipation that it pushes me further, I spent most of my life behind, not ahead. And even when I'm ahead now, I consistently think I'm behind. And it's not a bad or a good thing. Or you could say it's a bad and a good thing. I learned to manage it. I learned to cope and take advantage of it. If I constantly think that the person I'm talking to is far more excellent, achieving, and rewarding than I am, it also means that whenever I talk to anyone, I make them feel good about themselves. That's a win for me. That means I'm consistently always able to be encouraging to the person I'm talking to. It's not from a point of condescension. It's from the point of humility. Like, I truly do believe conditionally most of the time whoever speaks to me has something to give to the world, to themselves, to me. Like, so whenever someone comes by and says, "Oh, I know you must have heard this a lot of times because you already went through graduate school and PhD," it's like, no. Questions, curiosity, I'm not beyond that. If you want me to answer a question that I have answered like 10,000 times over, 100 times over, I will do my best, because there is some level of potential or value in the person I'm talking to. So when someone walks into the room and gives me the time of day, their time is also genuinely incredibly valuable. Human time is valuable. And in my opinion, when you take two people who spend time, listening to each other, learning from each other, their time has a chance of being worth more than the time they spent apart. And you can be a cynic and say, well, it could also be a waste of time because two people could spend time together and argue and disagree with each other. And it's like, well, yeah. And then if you take nothing from it, it is a waste of time. Or two people can argue and discuss and learn how to solve problems. They might still have problems together, but they have learned how to solve problems. What is that going to be worth? Well, it's worth every time you're going to be solving another problem. The next time you talk to another person and you have a problem, that is an investment in problem solving. So in ways you can in my opinion, generally you can see something as half glass full or half glass empty, right? So in this case, rarely people, like, the irony here is, here's a really funny situation. If you want to see a very comical act, when I meet someone like me, right? Like if I met my clone, right? Like someone asked me, so wouldn't you want someone exactly like you? Like, would you marry like basically myself, like someone exactly like me? I usually say like I would hate myself because we wouldn't get anything done. The idea is you have to understand, like one thing I'm trying to present is a problem solver likes to solve problems. So when you meet your clone, you meet yourself, there's nothing interesting in it. You're yourself, so you're gonna agree on everything. You're basically still going to learn everything that is the same that's learning. You're not exchanging ideas with anyone. If you're talking to yourself, you're barely exchanging anything with yourself. Now, someone could argue, well, what if the clone you had a different environment? Then they're not going to be like me anymore. right? Even if they have all my variables and my characteristics, if they grow up in a different environment, we are no longer the same person. So the idea is, who do I like to interact with? I like to interact with people who are willing to exchange ideas, to be agreeable, to discuss and whatnot. The best, most ideal person is not myself. That's narcissism. Like, if I met myself, nothing is going to get done. The comical thing is, I do have a case in that. Me and my best friends, we are quite alike in so many ways that when those things get challenged, nothing gets done. Like, for example, hey, what do you guys want to do today? Like, I don't know. What do you want to do today? Like, I don't know. What do you want to do today? I think it's your turn. No, I think it's your turn. Like, well, who's the person who made the last turn? The last decision. It's like, well, technically I did, but it was in agreement that no one else wanted to. So now it's your turn. So that is kind of what it's like when you meet someone, if like you had a group of agreeable people. So that isn't the greatest. Usually it's a mix of people, like a mix of different ideas, mix of different things that create beauty and wonder and innovation and stuff. You know, synergistic. You could argue there's interference. Yes, interference can happen. Synergy can happen. Symbiosis can happen. Mutualism can happen, where like two people just coexist and don't care about each other. That's fair enough. Usually, I prefer that I always look at it where the person I'm talking to has something to offer and I have something to offer them, because I'm trying my best to show them that I care about their worth. Like, the other way is to do the narcissistic way that most people, in my opinion, my experience is where someone walks in a room and they think they're better than everyone else. So they always expect less of everyone. And then it is up to everyone to try to prove to them that they're worth their time. So like someone walks in, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I always expect the least amount from everyone so that I don't get disappointed when they do in fact do nothing for me. I'm like, okay, so then you also walk into the room thinking that no one has anything to offer you and they have to prove to you that they are something worth your time. That's condescension. And then someone would, you know, they would argue, well, it's because I think the world hates me and no one wants to help me. And I'm like, now you're using yourself as the point of the victim when the person you're going to talk to have no idea how they victimized you. Right? In most cases, when you think perspectives like that is narcissistic, there is a point to all of this. People who think this way is trying to protect themselves. So if I encounter someone like that, I would still act the same way. I would act like they have something to offer, and I will try my best to offer something. So I still alleviate the problem of disappointing them. In fact, most of the time when I meet someone who has that problem, they're trying to protect themselves. Either trauma, past trauma, they lost trust in humanity because they were betrayed recently, right? Like traumatic stuff. And then if I'm doing that, the first thing you can tell if they're underestimating me, is they're gonna say phrases like, I'm surprised you know this. I'm surprised you watched this. I'm surprised you cared. I'm surprised you listened to me and did this. I'm really genuinely, you don't have to waste time on me. That type of situation happens far more. So it's a coincidence for now. What I mean is, it may not always stay this way. People change, right? The paradigm, social paradigm may change in the future. Right now, the most applicable approach to being useful to people without like encountering conflict and whatnot is to show people that they're worth more, not worth less. Now, for every one person that has a big head, there's probably 9 people who could use that right now, in my opinion, online. So that's what we're going to do. It might there are so many times when I can tell you, Beth, I know you don't watch anime, but there's this one character in One Piece called Chopper. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Chopper or if you have any like family kiddos who watch anime, but One Piece is kind of like a darling for younger kids these days. There's a character named Chopper, and he's not a reindeer, but he is a reindeer. He's a talking reindeer without having to say much. He's a talking reindeer, and he's a doctor. And Choppa, right? I keep saying Choppa because it's funny, but Chopper, he does this thing where whenever a crew member, like One Piece is about pirates, so they're crew members. Whenever someone tries to compliment him, like Chopper I was like, "Oh, thanks, Chopper, you're the best." He would respond by insulting the person who's complimenting them and telling them to shut up, but he would be bashful and obviously enjoy being complimented, right? That, to me, this is more than 50% of internet youth. I would say that's my experience, and I spend more than 50% of my time trying to demonstrate the value of choppers. So I see choppers. I don't see like, I don't know, insert your lowest value person, like your most hated bully or something. I don't see that. I see choppers. I see people who could really use someone, could really benefit, not that they asked for it or anything, that could benefit highlighting what they can do, despite them going to tell you like, oh yeah, it's no big deal. Like, you know, I suck at other things, and then they would find as many possible ways to tell themselves like, oh, I suck at this. It's like, oh yeah, it can't be me. I suck at this. Oh, I definitely wouldn't be able to do this. So despite that, we can all try to do it with a smile and do it with a laugh, because inevitably it makes people feel good. So there is a SciShow like clip about what is the cheapest way to elevate your mood, the person who's speaking and the person who's speaking to. Give a compliment. Say something nice about each other. It's one of the cheapest ways and most statistically consistent ways in like a double-blind study, so to speak. SciShow covered some of these. Give a compliment or state something that they are able to do and then compliment them about it. It's one of the least like taxing, costly thing you can do. And that's kind of what I was thinking about here. So how does this relate back to thinking about different ways to do things? I can bend it a little. Why is this? Because when someone says everyone lies to you, what about everyone tells you the truth? Right? You have to look at it from many perspectives, because if you're stuck and you know that the current way that you're thinking makes yourself more and more miserable, more and more difficult, then you're going to have to think of many different other ways to see if you can change the course. Right? Or you can strap down and demonstrate to someone how stubborn you are and how narcissistic you are, to say that you're always right and you simply want to, you know, swim in your own suffering or your own affirmation. And that is your prerogative. I think everyone has that choice. If you want to say your way or the highway, I'm not there to convince you that the highway has more than one lane, right? It's the highway, not highways. That's fair enough. Now, would that stop me from joining you on your highway? Probably not. I would definitely go and join you on your highway every once in a while, right? While I enjoy other highways, obviously, that person doesn't have to. So they will only be happy when I'm on their highway, and then when I get off their highway, they will no longer be happy. And that's the, acceptance, the mutual acceptance. Someone can be happy if they only stay on one highway, if they understand that if you're staying on one highway, that means people are going to come and go. You're not willing to follow, and they're not willing to stay on the highway with you unless you're very, very lucky. So then the only people you trust is the people that are sharing your highway. How many of those people are compared to all the highways you have available to you? A lot less. So when you come to solve problems, learn from your mistakes, improve your learning skills, learning to solve problems, one highway fails to solve most things. Usually. Now, you could argue if your highway is big enough, like if you make your highway super big, it could cover everything, then that becomes really not that different from getting all the other highways, like learning about all the highways and expanding your highway. So you can definitely choose to expand your highway if you want. Your way could be everyone else's way, and that's when you're combining the two. And to me, that's kind of what it is. It's like the highways are interconnected, not separate highways. There's not a bunch of separate highways. There's a bunch of interconnected highways. So sometimes we share parts of the highway, sometimes we don't. And will naturally criss and cross with each other. So we all have one highway together, and then we spend our time on different highways that interconnect and go around and stuff. So that's what we're doing here. How to describe, right? How to describe learning at, in my opinion, at an intermediate and advanced level when you're ready is that when you see something, you have a lot to think about. At least in my opinion. All right. Anyways, that's a good, happier, wonderful, like a little bit more hopeful place to stop on the good note, right? If you think you're worthless, I beg to differ. If you don't think you're worth the compliment, I'll give it to you anyways. If you're thinking you're down, and the only way that makes you feel better is someone to tell you the truth that you suck, I'm not going to do that. The way to get someone happier, the way someone to encourage someone is to literally encourage them. Like, shelve your narcissism and your cynicism and bring someone up with good spirit. And then if you're saying, oh no, this person is a lost cause, that's on you. In my opinion. Like, if I had to be really aggressive about this, like, if you think someone is a lost cause, it also means that you can't help them. That is something you can do. You can work on that. Now, you can still try and fail. That's what I do, in my opinion. Like, oh, you know what? I think I'm unable to help you, but I'm going to try anyways. Maybe I'll learn to better myself and be able to help in the process, right? If there's anything I can tell to someone else, if they are willing to trust me to help them and I failed them, know that they will not be forgotten, because whatever we learn that we failed at, we'll learn together to help others in the future. You could end up helping others in the future. Learning to try to do something and failing is its own learning experience. So in any way when someone says you're wasting your time helping me because I'm not worth my time and we won't be successful, it's like I'm trying anyways because I need something to learn. If there's anything you can teach me, you could teach me that you're right, I can't help you. Then I had something to learn. I learned how I couldn't help, right? So in no way do I ever lose anything from trying to do something that's very difficult. It's humorous in my opinion and almost hypocritical when someone says they love challenges and then the first thing they do is remove all the challenge, right? Like, oh, I love helping people. I mean, oh yeah, can you help this kid right here who's like being bullied? It's like, oh no, not those type of helping. I only help people I can help. And I'm like, oh, okay, you must not love helping that much if you only love helping people when you're guaranteed to be successful, right? That's called cherry picking and like affirmation farming, confirmation bias. Like, again, I'm not saying I don't do this. There are times that it feels like even I am humbled by how hopeless the situation is. Right? I will still give a compliment though. There are things that are not beyond hope, and that's hope itself. We could fail miserably together, that's for sure. I've had my fair share of let's do it together, and we failed miserably together. What came out of it? An everlasting friendship. So, suffering together. That's the thing about misery deserves company. The actual misery deserves company. We're not talking about someone feeling bad and another person coming by and telling you, oh yeah, I feel you. If it makes you feel any better, I had a worse day too. Not that misery deserves company. That is too, in my opinion, that is two detached people who have detached events, who's competing for who is more miserable in order to elevate the other person. That misery deserves company, not my cup of tea. The misery deserves company type of thing is, this person is sad. I'm going to sit down next to this person and I'm going to share the space with them in complete silence because we can share that time together. That is misery deserves company. Like, if someone is miserable and they feel like no one's there for them, you make yourself available. That's the company in the misery. You're sharing in their misery. So, like, you're literally showing that you care to be there. Not like yap or like talk, like, there is chances of miscommunication where like someone keeps yapping and keep telling the person what they don't believe and try to gaslight them, right? That's a different story. But when someone's miserable, you can make yourself available, right? In some way, shape, or form, your presence provides the opportunity for that person, right? Sometimes being visible is simply enough. Other times, a compliment. So go get it. That's an end for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things. I have no shortage of yap in my toolbox. I do spend nearly most of my time trying to find out how to enable people, right? Like, I watch YouTube for the sake of coming up with ideas. Enable people. I doom scroll for the sake of understanding how doom scrolling works to enable people. That is pretty much what I feel like I'm going to do for the next 20 years of my life, at least, if I live that long. So feel free, come on by. Let's challenge your cynicism or your positivity. It would be really educational to me to meet someone who trumps me in this situation, like who specializes in enabling people or solving people's problems, because I would love to learn even more than firsthand. Nowadays, solving problems come at extrapolating YouTube experiences parasocially and then the rare occasional people that spend time with me on a limited frame and talk about it, willing to share things, I take their stories and try to use it as points of vicarious experience, because one life is not enough. Like, my own life is not filled with enough experiences I can apply to everyone I could possibly meet, or eventually meet, or never meet. The idea is the stories of others, especially on YouTube, provides the context and the platform for me to exercise these things. If you don't think you see a way, let's go challenge that notion. Right. So until then, you're more than welcome. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a short bathroom break, walk around and stretch a bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第531天 This is day 531. Alright, so this is our first day in the new cycle routine. So yesterday we had our Wanikani level 60 stream. So that marks the end of our continuous recording stream session. So we're getting close to July, which now is time to, now this coming month is a time to catch up on all our vocabulary review stack, while juggling any persona projects. So I might not be able to like completely crush into all of this 2,893 things by the end of July, but we're gonna chip away at it. This is barring that I don't meet some fantastic people to have conversations about and segue into a long 3-hour internal dialogue with myself for posterity. I want to provide a bit of a disclaimer. If someone is curious if these internal monologues or dialogue with myself happen when I'm not recording, like if this is what I do because I'm streaming or something, no, it happens. I simply don't say it out loud. I think about it within myself. So one thing that streaming has been really useful for is to encourage myself to vocalize. So then, because I'm vocalizing and recording, one of the aspects is to try to organize. My attempt to consistently trying to organize all of the information, the monologues, the ideas, and record them and present them. So it's keeping me accountable for organizing these. Now, it's not that I don't do them off stream. The idea is I'm practicing this to show that despite constantly having manic thoughts about, oh, if I did this, it's going to lead into this. If I do this, oh, what happens if I make this mistake? It could be this mistake, it could be that mistake. It can make someone catatonic. Like you could sit there in the corner, like in your fetal position, having a spiral of thoughts that take over. Now, what I'm demonstrating is last 10 or so years, how I manage it is by doing these things. Now with an incentive of being able to speak at length without any interrupting ideas. So, not that my ideas didn't consistently flow when I was younger. There were more things going on in my head than I could possibly articulate in speech and in writing and whatnot. Getting older with more experiences, finding certain things that I developed to cope and certain things that I developed to fuel projects and whatnot. I think in the era of hyperstimulation, it can go a long way to demonstrating that with practice, it like in my opinion, it's manageable. And I'm not coming from it from the perspective that I even know if I have some sort of manic disorder or something like that. I buck at that trend, honestly. I prefer to see what you can do with it, right? You have your observational skills, whether it has a name or a categorization. The idea is you can use your empirical skills, develop routines and hobbies, and like habits, sorry, I didn't mean to say hobbies, habits that can leverage these things. Imposter syndrome, I got it in the bag. What does a person with imposter syndrome actually look like? Well, you certainly know one that doesn't have control over it or have coping situations with it, right? What does an introvert, like for example, introversion, right? Categorization. What does an introvert look like? Well, I certainly am an introvert. There's no stretch of the imagination that wouldn't fulfill the criteria for introvert. Now, whether I look miserable or incredibly exhausted or unsustainable in interacting with a lot of people, that I'll leave other people to imagination. Does it look like I'm struggling to sustain myself in interacting with other people when I choose to meet and talk with other people? Probably not. I would say comfortably and fairly conservatively that I don't give the people an impression that I basically experience most of the things that people keep telling me about introversion. I experience it on a daily basis. This very moment, I'm experiencing many of those things. The idea is that it's also channeled and coped with many other very deliberate habits, be it my hand gestures, my vocalization of very specific, very well rehearsed and consistently managed dialogue with myself at this very moment, with no one typing, no one saying anything, and I'm still comfortably speaking to myself in that way, in a way that matches my perspective. That is part of the routine. So probably not the secret hack that a lot of people are hoping for or even think is a hack. Hours, hundreds, thousands of hours living with yourself and doing something with it. So in my opinion, the testament to improving yourself and learning things requires the commitment, the acuity, and even the self-ambition, right? Self-motivation to do so. So speaking, very, very novice speaker when I was younger. Like, I think I would be considered very much below average when it came to the ability to interact with people and speak to people at the analogous age of your standard person who comes up to me and say they have ADHD and they're a compulsively introverted person with a dash of imposter syndrome. That came off of quite a bit heavier than I expected. So anyways, thought I'd share a little bit before we get into our lessons. All right, let's get into the three that we curated yesterday. So, 1xi, one, as if, I tell you, this radical kicks my butt, as if. So, is one is as if. And then we're thinking about the soul, so it's, in this case, it's regret. Yep, as if, so good enough. Xi is a little bit of a twist because it's to cherish. So you still get regret if it's something you're regretting that you cherish. Maybe the loss of something that you cherish. That is a great pity, right?
万喜
Xi is stronger than one. They both use the same concept though. Because one is as if, and this part, xi, is long ago. And they both are characterized by a feeling. In this case, cherishing, I have the mnemonic of cherishing something long ago, like nostalgia. And then one, as if, this is more a pivot on Walter White. His soul is filled with regrets as if he committed a lot of crimes, right? That's kind of the whole thing. The higher level thing, as opposed to trying to break it down into radicals, which you can break down into more radicals. In this case, I'm using a combination. This is the soul radical, but in a higher order, it means things dealing with feelings, like motivation of like essences and feeling, like essences and spirit, right? So that is also attached to the radical itself. So you can view this as a radical or a combination of characters and radicals. The right hand, I was talking about the characters. These are actually separate characters composed of multiple radicals. So there's radical here, right? There are 3 radicals in this cluster, and there are 2 radicals in this cluster, but it is also composed of 1 character. And now we're doing 3 layers. So we have the layer of the radical, embedded character, like radicals, combinatory radicals, radicals in characters, embedded characters, hybrid radical characters, and then multi-characters. There are a couple special characters that are composed of 2 separate characters, or separate combinatorial characters. And my mnemonics now have 5 different entry points, right? Those 5 combinations. And most of the time, each character has at least 2 or 3 ways to get into the read and the meaning. The most difficult ones are the ones that require sentences. Basically, they have either 1 radical, which is a character, which is a abnormal read. Those ones are called, I refer to them as foundational characters and radicals, and that's memorization. So memorization recognition forms the foundation, right? When you're at the beginning stages, you need to form a foundation in which you can build on. Their strength comes from how often they appear in others. So like this soul radical, right? It has lots of different connotations when it's combined with a different character set. How frequently occurs is what creates its nuance. And then, like, for example, sun, for example, day on the bottom, that is an embedded character. That is also a radical. And it has many reads. It doesn't even carry a read sound. Its consistent occurrence leads to the formation of the larger group. Day, sun, darkness even, dimness, lightness, brightness, all of the things that deal with light, sun, all of them are embedded in this character because now this character has been used multiple times, or character / radical. So the only way, quote unquote, foundations get stronger is you memorize them in order to use them immediately, because they're foundation. That means that they're going to be pervasively everywhere. And that you can start with memorization recognition. It's very reliable because most foundational things are inherent in everything else. And I talked about this earlier in Bunpro about the contrast between when you still feel like you're at the beginning stages of learning something. Foundations are absolutely a wonderful place to test your memory and recognition skills, because immediately after that, when you become an intermediate learner or an advanced skill developer, those foundations should be immediately applicable across everything that leads to intermediate and advanced. Otherwise, they're not foundations. So you can determine how foundational something is because it forms the basis of everything else above it. The transition between taking your foundations and constantly now learning with the perspective of an advanced or an intermediate learner, that's where you can tell yourself, it's a litmus test, and I don't know what the details are, right? Everyone feels comfortable at specific times. The litmus test is the moment you start thinking, oh wait, I can just think of this way and this way, and then if I don't think of it this way and this way, I can think of it another way, and if all else fails, I can just default back to memory and recognition. Officially, the litmus test for intermediate learning. The more and more frequent you can bridge into that naturally, like habit forming, like you just do that by default. Welcome to the idea of curating your intermediate learning skills. Now for students, for younger people, the first time they do that is probably when they go to college or get their first job, because they would take all of their foundational knowledge that they decided to keep and memorize and hold on to it long enough through high school, and all the ones that get applied in their job or in their college, they'll keep. All the other things that they memorize and recognize that they didn't use later in college or in profession, they're gone. Your math, if you never engage in a math profession or college, right? And so on. In college, they try to like reinvigorate and cast the net again a little bit to see which one gets on. So that is my concept. That is the narrative concept of advanced learning. When you understand that one day, after memorizing a bunch of things, and you suddenly say, I can't live without these things. They're constantly there. I always see it, and I do it effortlessly. Foundation. You have crossed from foundation, and then the moment you use those foundations to learn something else that's on top, that is when you, in my opinion, one of the higher or more consistent indicators that the person is now an intermediate learner. You have started using your foundations to learn something else. Now, it is context dependent. I'm not saying using English at an intermediate level to learn characters is an intermediate Chinese speaker. That's a different story, right? An intermediate Chinese speaker might not use any English at all in their process. A fluent Chinese speaker might not even think about English at all. That is a different context, right? We're talking about learning here. So when you become an intermediate learner, you take whatever you have learned that is considered as foundation, and that is the stuff that you use to learn more things. That is an integration of no longer memorizing things, but using your existing foundations to develop more knowledge, right? For a language learning perspective, it's like suddenly speaking in Chinese to learn more Chinese. You use the speaking foundations of your Chinese in order to gather more information in Chinese. Intermediate. I'm trying to define these qualifications for myself. So other people might define this differently. For myself, that is what I'm defining. I'm making it very clear that, and you can go in and out. Sometimes there are certain things you have intermediate learning proficiency in, and sometimes you don't. Like maybe you're really good with verbs, and all of the Chinese verb stuff is using an intermediate level of learning. And then suddenly when you're thinking about names and places, it defaults back to memorization recognition. Know that there is granularity and resolution in when and where you're learning intermediate. Learning is not like a blanketed average. It's very situational to the person's individualism. So for me, I am an intermediate learner when it comes to character studies. And character studies is well in the later stages that are enabling me to bridge into something else, which is what we're doing here. We're trying to bridge into vocabulary. And vocabulary is being used to bridge into sentences. And that's the current area we're in. Anyways, just thought I go about updating everything. Today is the first day of establishing a new routine. So
逗笑
it's a little bit early because it's not quite the end of June yet. We still have 3 days. July is technically the time that will really start hammering a new routine. It's not entirely new. The old routine is being infused into the new routine. So a new routine is iterating an older routine with new subroutines. We're not discarding our old routine. We're innovating on top of our existing routine. Wanted to clarify that because I feel like most people, when they hear a new routine, it means they're dumping an old routine. Like, oh no, you don't use Wanikani anymore, or you don't use Duolingo anymore, so that means you never have to use those information anymore. I do. I still use that experience. I talk about the Duolingo experience quite often. It's part of the process. So, and it's still part of the process. That's how I remember what I did in Duolingo. In fact, we're about to get to Duolingo soon. Like for Chinese, the way I'm going to construct and web sentences in order to create my own sentences, that is Duolingo's process in reverse. And then we're gonna go back to Duolingo soon because like I said before, I update things. Duolingo had an update on both the Japanese and Chinese front, so I need to update all of my perspectives on the existing Duolingo. I'm not beyond upkeeping, which is the main core of the argument from Bunpro. I'm not beyond updating my perspective on things. When perspectives are out of date, it means you're out of touch. So I don't want to be out of touch, right? If the product never gets updated again, then fair enough. I don't ever cover it again, right? I still keep whatever I learned in the process with me so that I make sure that I don't neglect something. It's the difference between someone coming to me and telling me, oh yeah, this really sucked. It's like, when was the last time you used it? 4 years ago. How long did you use it? 15 minutes. I'm like, 15 minutes and 4 years ago, you're out of date, out of touch, and it's irrelevant. Like, if I wanted to be very objectively cold. In a more subjective, agreeable way, I would politely tell them, well, I'm not entirely sure. Do you know if the thing you did 4 years ago is the same now? And do you know 4 years ago that using the product 15 minutes was sufficient to understand what the product is? And if 15 minutes is sufficient now, 4 years ago, to this date, if you used it for 15 minutes, you would get the same experience because now you're no longer the same person, and also that the product remained the same. Those are the arguments that I would challenge the person to understand and explain to me in order for me to judge or like to, take their advice or to see if they're in touch, right? You can have someone spouting years of things and it would not be reflective of the state of something is now. So Duolingo is still on the table. It took me a while because Wanikani took a year and a half, and HanziHero, like the major part of HanziHero, right, ended last month. We're starting a new routine. Now this is the post HanziHero place. I'm trying to infuse my own routine that's from outside into HanziHero, barring any feature updates, right? That's what we're doing here anyways, using it to serve my purpose. In no way this is prescriptional through whatever HanziHero is doing. What I'm doing is specific of my own choosing and creation, because that's the application of all the foundations. I'm finding a foundational way to apply my character studies. The stuff that I do appreciate a product like HanziHero has taught me. It encouraged me to look at characters in a specific way, and now I'm applying it in a way that is useful and is foundational to me, that I get to practice each and every day to remind myself of my foundations. So like this, for example. This is a foundational character, Xiao. In no way is not, this whole thing is Xiao. So the bottom does not carry Xiao, the top does not carry Xiao. And if you're looking at the core radicals, it does not provide xiao, as in laugh, right? So this is one of the foundational characters. This is, you either know it or you don't in a very strong manner. This, on the other hand, is do. This character bean is the radical bean, but is also do. So it carries the sound do. This here is often talking about a method, a way, a route, a road of something. So oftentimes when you're looking for some sort of spot, one of the most consistent thing is to do something, like something, a nature of doing something. In this case, is to tease. It's a little bit abstract because what does being and a way of doing something have to do with tease? That's how I'm structuring it right now, because it's the most reliable way to view the scooter, or I think it's a snail, but a scooter, right? Or the way. So this is do xiao. So do is tease, and xiao. And in a higher order of understanding, instead of do, there's also yo, which is also to entice something. So I could use do and yo because yo and do has the same final and the same tone. They're both in tone 4, and they both locate in the same location, and they are related to xiao in some way, or the act of getting someone's attention. So they may share a secondary character before or after the character that shares this idea. That increases the level of recall that is available. No, there might not be any vocabulary words that are literally what I described. The relationship between the characters is what makes me an intermediate character studier. Like what to illustrate how much I understand about characters. This character represents a lot more than literally what it is. That's what intermediate means. You have a nuanced interpretation of these things now. Not that you look at this and like, if you don't know the character, if you don't know any of these things, that memorize, and that's the only way you can recall it, beginner. You're still working on your foundations. Now, you can keep relying on memorization and recognition way into advanced content. Like the content can far exceed your learning competence. That's like a high school student still pretending like it's high school while they're in graduate school. They can still learn things in graduate school using the techniques and comprehension level of a high school student. You can even reduce the content in a way that is understandable using memory and recognition. So that's what someone who thinks reducing all the complex things into an SRS Anki format is doing. It's still possible to learn that way. Like, hey, how do I write a personal statement? Turn it into an Anki flash, turn it into an Anki deck about concepts you need to write about. Sure, it's still possible. Is it ideal for me personally, or like would I encourage it? Absolutely not. So that's where I would draw the line, because memory and recognition is one of the first steps to learning. First steps. It's part of learning. It's not learning in its entirety, at least from my perspective. So if you're not memorizing and recognizing for the sake of eventually learning the thing, like in its entirety, then it stays at the memory and recognition level with the deficiency in comprehension. Hence, memorizing this and memorizing this whenever they're together, like whenever you see this or this or this and you're simply trying to recall these things in isolation, that is a lack of comprehension. You're still forming your foundations. So you can still remember advanced things, know advanced things with a lack of comprehension. Be it the lack of experience, the lack of output, right? Or the lack of application, creation, analytics, organization, association, any form of higher level cognition that is beyond memory and recognition. That is beginner level, and even the first step of beginner level. So the idea is to encourage yourself to do that. Go ahead and try to do that as you're going. You can do it immediately if you want. You could wait, right? You can always wait until you've memorized and recognized enough things in order to then take the next step. Everyone has their pace and their choices when they feel they are ready. For myself, you still have to do it. If you don't do it, in my opinion, you can stay a beginner learner and still tackle the most complex things. Like you can remember the definition to the defining variables to dark matter in quantum physics or something and still understand nothing about it or comprehend anything you have said. You can read back to me a Wikipedia description of someone's synopsis of a movie and share with me no comprehension of what it actually means or it means to you or the motivations or whatever you can do with it. You simply recite it, whatever was written. That's what I mean by you can get a lot of knowledge. You can learn a lot of things. You can learn, the word I would use is you can know a lot of things by purely knowing it and then demonstrating at least to me, someone like me, that you understand nothing about it. Like you can say really great things, recall great facts, and have no inclination of its comprehension. And if anyone can relate to this, I'm sure being online long enough, you may have encountered this, where someone would recite a glossary definition of something simply by copying and pasting it and reading it once. It's like, yeah, that will explain it. Like, well, those weren't in your words. You didn't paraphrase it. You didn't metaphorically demonstrate what you understand about it. You simply recited something that was provided for you. Like, hey, the sky is blue. It's like, oh yeah? Tell me how you think the sky is blue. Like, what do you think about the sky being blue? Why are you telling me the sky is blue? Do you think that I don't think the sky is blue? Right? Comprehension, not recital. The sky is blue is a foundational thing, so like you could argue it's a foundational thing. It's like, oh yeah, foundational. What does that mean? That means most people do know that the sky may appear blue. May appear blue most of the time. Right? All right.
逗笑，
Amuse.
四子，
Okay, so this one's gonna stink. However, it's less. It works a little bit better because 字 usually is like a nondescript unit. Like it's a nondescript unit to add to. It's a thing of the thing that's attached to it. Like it's a thing of the thing, like this one. However, in this case, this is being used as a person in a familial way, like a heritage way. So oftentimes, 孩子 is a bit special. It's a child. So it's not simply a child attached to a thing, like it's a thing that is a child. Some 字 is quite important in this case. So this is helping me remind me that it's an heir. Like a child can be an heir to something. And this character is very special. There isn't one that I'm familiar with that has a left combination. The right combination can be 思 or 词 because it could, there's 词 or word and 词 or like take charge. You'll have to use your imagination on which characters I'm referring to. They use this principal character here on the right.
四子，
All right, those are the ones we added yesterday.
四子，
Whoops. I didn't type the rest.
万喜，
Okay.
逗笑，
Alrighty. So we did pass 2 days of active recall, so I'm still gonna cut today's thing a bit short because I want to rest. It's been a really wonderful long week. We basically binged Dave the Diver in the Jungle DLC that led right into the Persona 5 the Phantom X anniversary, first anniversary, and then immediately into Wanikani's level 60. Then it brings us to today. So hopefully we get some interesting characters to remind ourselves of things, and wait till July. Basically July will start cracking at the vocabulary. Let's see what characters we bring up and maybe what words we discover. It's obvious that it's very obvious I need to come up with a new routine or subroutine for like proper nouns. Proper nouns are wild.
呼
All right. Well, that was short-lived. Caught between two places.
练
Heck, this is smelt. It's related to practice. Smelting, forging, refining is related to practice, but they want the word smelt, so it's fine. Even like a lot of times the words that I type, they are typically related to the characters or some part of the character. So like the reason why I keep like one of the routines I have now is like, oh, this is a 30-31, 50-50, or like 50-40-10, 30-30-30 separation. The idea is I'm coming up with shorthand ways of defining what is related and what isn't. And then also in terms of the English, it has become more complex over time, right? To smelt is to practice. They are related to each other. When you are smelting and forging, you are refining and practicing. So like iterating and the essence of practicing. And these characters tend to be related in that way. So that's where I'm getting the like extra meanings and stuff. And I no longer consider them necessarily a problem, because when I see them in the word, they are contextually bound by what they're going to mean. This to me is an indicator of how flexible I can be, how loosened. So immediately when I saw, oh, practice, but wait, it can be smelt, which is smelt, right? Ooh. All right, so immediately I want to say yeah, but it could be bamboo shoots. No. That's an armory, right? Heck. So it's probably Jian or arrow. Dang it. So the bottom is Jian. The tusk is Jian and not you. Okay. Tian is very common. It's one of the it's a suffix and a modifier. So fairly you can rule that out immediately, and then the rest is Jian. I was thinking Yu for armory, but this is tusk. So it's Jian for the most part. It's Jian minus the Tian. So it's Tian with a modifying sound. And then the rest is you have to know them. So the arrow is because it's a material. Bamboo, arrow. Scissors, like a blade, right? Blade, jian, right? Jian. And then when you're cooking something on the burner is to saute something, which is jian. So all of them explains each other with the context of the carrier character, which means in front, but not really in the sense of in front of qian, right? It's all qian. more or less that's what's going on in my head. Yi is armory, which looks like, well, I'm not gonna write it, but it looks like armory. I keep forgetting that I have my extension in a way that would refresh things. More on that later. Okay.
干剑
Wolf. So I'm gonna go with. There are 50-50s for this too. We're gonna go with Jie.
绝
Yeah, it's like ride stubbornly. Okay, so 50-50. And this part, this right part is Jie, the double mountain with the flag. And one of them, so double mountain with the flag is Qi. However, when it is provided with a radical to the left, it becomes Jie. And the two Jie is, one is to rise suddenly. Where is it? At least I think it is. Or to dig up. It's either dig up or rise suddenly. And that's where my 50-50 is. We're not talking about Jewel. Jewel is clumsy, but it doesn't have a flag. Here it is, to dig. Right, to dig, Jie. Jie is the foundation. And the only difference between it is when you're digging, you're using your fingers. It's an action of your fingers. And then stubborn is describing the person. So the thing about person is it's not really referring to an actual person. Most of the meanings are not talking about a person. It's talking about the aspect of a person. So it can overlap with soul. Soul, the quality of a soul, sort of. Usually the soul, if this was a soul, it would be something like, instead of saying stubborn, it would say something like a emotion dealing with stubbornness per se. When it's the ren is often used for a characteristic of something. So like shocking, startled, prideful, indignant. So stubborn can fit in that. Ren, this is ren, or hito, in form. So it's like the person icon. It's just smashed to the left. That's why it's written this way. So it's describing, like immortal. It's describing the characteristic of a person. And mountain, while mountain is shan, right? And xian is very, it's a special read. So xian and shan are very different in terms of the read. So this character itself, the mountain doesn't quite carry any sound. So the mountain is foundational. You have to know the unique characters. However, because this has this character, it has to be some quality, and usually something mountainy, like in a mnemonic way, something of the mountain is quite immortal or of a high status, a high place. That's kind of where we're going with that. Qi is actually the weaker one of the Jie. So this format, Qi is pretty tough for bend. Usually. Anyways. I am not doing this to I want to also say I'm doing this for myself. This is how I remember things. So going over my thoughts in my head over and over again, that's a way to clarify things. Because we have a lot of characters. Tons of characters. Chi can also pivot to ku, like ku right here. Ki, ku, because ku is special too. But it lines up with chi and ku, while preserving the bottom part. So it's a pivot from chi into ku with the character at the top. This thing. And then my mnemonic is to distinguish from this and the character below. Like this is a character embedded with a radical. In fact, these are two characters characters because this. Oh no, wait. I'm kidding. This is too vanilla. It's not good enough to stand alone. So it would be considered a radical character hybrid. Anyways. So Tusk is a misread. This is dig. Fingers is the dig, not the person. So I have to remind myself of these things. Those are the observations that I'm making. That will create more consistency. Ugh, this is G.
G.
So, what type of tree is it? It's not a pomelo. It's not chrysanthemum. It's a tangerine. This is an example of you either know it or you don't situation. The right is G. That's what this combination is. It makes it possible to know it's G, and the left is its categorization, which is a tree, something that grows on a tree. Or a plant thing. And it can vary between fruits and flowers and weeds, or even characteristics of a plant. Now, characteristics of a plant have very specific, like they're limited to specific sounds, in my opinion. So like it could be thorny, for example. Something that is thorny would have a tree in it or a flower in it, like G, or like a briar or a thorn, right? So you can still have trees that aren't literally things like fruits and objects and whatnot, and you have to get used to those because those are probably foundational. And foundational meaning that that idea will be composed in a lot of words, but not so much in the sense that you can draw conclusions from it using. It has to be memorized in a way. Ooh, spray and guard. It's either Li or T. Okay, so it's a 50-50. The stronger read for guard is Li, in my opinion. For myself right now, but it turns out Li is it's stronger than T, but it's not that strong. The Li is the basis to stand, so that's why I went with Li, since I couldn't quite remember. So it's a pivot to Chi. There is also Li for grain, which is next to has grain next to it. And then water, I already knew the definition is to weep because of the water, but I did not remember the read. Are there any other? Wei is pretty rough. La is fine, surprisingly. So this character is pretty promiscuous. Oh, La is rough. The way you can remember La is La because it's an addition of an exclamation. I think this one's okay for now. T. You can't mistaken. So here's an example where vocabulary is pretty strong because ku chi is one of the foundations. Ku is a foundation for cry. So the other character would be off of a form of crying, which is gonna be
Xiong.
this is actually foundational. It's either you know or you don't. And you don't actually use this more than the like shong is foundational for Japanese. The shong for this, they replace it with something else, like gaga, as opposed to shong. Shong is a little bit more like a wider net, in my opinion. Despite it's like the kind of the reverse. in Japanese, they would use this instead of ge. It's interesting. Interesting how that came about. It could also be something of more of like old school versus new school, formality versus casual colloquialism. Like, that's kind of my thought about that. Oh no, all I can think is fun, which is resent. Does that help me? Does it? So we reduce the top right to grass, right? I want to say it's like, I was gonna say hun. Hun? It's probably fun. Okay, for indignant. Okay. So resent is okay because of anger. And fun something. That's not the character that they lined it up with. They lined it up with some sort of other anger word. But this is fun. Fun for resentment. It was one of the last characters that we learned. Manikani. Alright. It helps with the indignant though. Good. Oh. Pretty sure that's just fool, not fool for husband.
夫智
Okay. That's a no or you don't. Leech. So person. Is this a flower? Or are you a pivot? The bottom makes me think of... So it's not that. So it's probably when or meat or fish. This one is one of the pivots, right? It's a tough one because it makes you think of a flower, but it's not. And it's off of when. How you would get when is from the bottom of chariot. When you think of when, to carry, you think of yun. When is tough because you either have meat or fish or you have muddy when. And jun is what's underneath the army. Actually, maybe we should make it about the army. Do I have to make it about the army? Oh, I did make it about army. Let's go look for vocabulary. Vocabulary time. So what do we have? This is meat or fish. Oh no, wait, we did add something meat or fish, didn't we? Chai hun. I think we added chai hun. Or hun chai. Oh no, maybe not. Wait. Hold up. Oh, it's a different one. Tai yao. Because that is vegetable and meat too. Because that's a meat dish. This is meat and fish. Oh, dang. So, hun cai. We can put hun cai. Non-vegetarian dish. So, it's a meat. Wait. Meat or fish. Hun cai. That's a weird way to say it. I kind of get it. Cai being the dish. Like, more used as a dish. Hun xing. Meat and fish. Hun xing. Xing is... Really? Xing for fishy? Yeah, okay. Whoops. Hunhua, obscene speech. That's a different pivot for that. Very pungent. Xing, oh, spicy vegetable. It seems like this has more of a vegetable. Why is this dealing with more vegetable despite meat or fish? This does include meat, fish, yeah, so non-vegetarian. Quinyo, animal fat. I guess meat or fish, sure. Quinxing, meat and fish. This is interesting. Quinsu. Su being like the essence of meat and su. Oh no, su is a vegetarian or vegetable. Interesting. Su is pretty weak. We could put in su, meat and vegetable. That's actually probably a great way to practice su. We'll do that. That's definitely a weak one. Su. I think of something else. I think of elements instead, like elementary. I think this might actually be a pivot from long. It's not long. Something makes me want to type tongue. Why? It's not a long. I can't seem to figure out what it is. Oh, pung for the huge. Okay. We're gonna probably need. Oh man, pung da is good enough though. And then Liam Pung. Liam Pung is weird. Liam Pung is really. So Long is the basis of this character. However, Pung is an exception. Pung is literally one of three exceptions. So we have C for raid. The clothing. Oh, and raid has this part and the uniform to raid. Chong is a giveaway because it's early, and then everything else is long outside of Pung. So the shack, we just gotta. I can't. Where am I gonna get the Pung from? Thought it was Chung. We'll come back to it. I think the vocabulary is pretty strong. The shack is
Hung.
big.
Fang.
Like seemingly, we have something added for this. We combined the two seemingly. Fang fu, right? Double seemingly. They're really weak. More so grammar related. I feel fang fu.
粪
Then we can.
细
Okay.
踏
Step on is a bit weird.
号
Number. It can be a mark as well. It's a type of mark. That's why I wrote mark. My gut was telling me gu, but another part tells me there's a chance it's gua. Heck. It's who. Oh, right. This is either you know it or you don't. So let's go see if we can find a fox. Yeah. It's kitsune. Kitsune. A lemur, fool, hole, fox, and monkey put together. What about fox? Huli. Oh, like a foxy type of person too. Fool. Oh, bat. Fox bat. Oh, interesting. Flying fox. Ooh-yee. Sly. Oh, foxy doubt. To doubt or suspect. Interesting. Mang. Mang is weasel. Or is it mongoose? Mongoose and fox put together for a meerkat. Oh, who knew? That's interesting. Fox lady, folk stories, yeah. I kind of like Humang. Let's do Humang. Okay. I'm not that great with mongoose though. What mongoose look like? Let's go look at a mongoose again. Let's look at an image of a mongoose. Okay. I can kind of see where they get the like the fox plus the mongoose situation. The lemur's a bit of a stretch for me. I'm not gonna use lemur.
侧
Weird one. That's a foundation. 侧 is a foundation. Actually, 侧 without the water, like without the water part is foundation. Oh goodness. Some part of me want to type like Dian or Zhang or oh, it's Dian. Dang it. Wrong. Do we actually have? No, we don't. For pastor. Or it's read here. Let's go see if we can find something that isn't a proper noun. So we did get mian dian, which is a proper noun. Cai dian, name. Tao dian. Oh, Tao dian might help. Tao dian might help because it's grass and pasture put together, which is a meadow. Not a lawn though. Interesting. Lawn is a bit smaller than a meadow. Oh no. I can't oh no. Yo or you yong.
勇
It's like masculine, brave maybe. Use brave, courageous. Cool.
湖
Excuse me.
府
Cauldron, not axe. Although axe is another form of it. The top part. The top part is fu and the bottom part changed. Okay. That's a cauldron. Duen, shield. It's a pivot from Shun. The
旧
it can be two things. There are two jills, and it's underneath. Either the jills, jill, they're both sound carrying character, and they're they're sicknesses. It's either spasm, like a jerking thing, convulsion, serious thing, and then scabies. Which one are you? I feel like you're a spasm. Dang it. It's remorse! Oh no. Alright, let's go look. So sickness is an interesting super family. So we have Jiu. So this Jiu is remorse. So let's think about this. Maybe a long time long ago. We could use like long ago as a reference. Okay, so long time for the this deal. There are two other deals. At least I recall. So we also have G, but that's not here. Should be two other deal. Or is it Jie? Oh no, I think I'm thinking of Jie. Wait. What the spasm? Wait, spasm doesn't have sickness? Oh, no, here it is. I have to load more. Okay. So Jie is the introduction, the generational thing. So scabies is this. We also have spasm. Oh, it's Jing. Okay. So Jie is the scabies. Jing is the spasm. So they're not related in Jiu. You do have to memorize. These are foundational. So different types of quote unquote suffering, sickness, all of these are foundational. So like Bing, that's Bing with the sickness. That's actually a unique read. So that one kind of sucks. Tong is Tong with the sickness. Liao, that's Liao with the sickness. Feng is fun with the sickness. So nearly like if you want like sickness is a great way to practice your phonetics in Chinese, because nearly all of them, if you want examples of primary or characteristic reads, like characters that you can read phonetically, is a group like this: sickness, trees, flowers. But sickness is really good. Like this is Jiu. That's what it sounds like. So Jiu. So you neutral everything. This is Jiu. This is Chen. This is that's, yeah, that can be good. But it could be Chu as well. This is Ji, right? Ji Da. Can be Chung, but this one is more like Qiang. Qiang is stronger. There are some exceptions, like this Che, Fu. Fu could be stronger there. That's a lie, right? Jiang, Ye, Jing, Zhi, Si. Si can be two. Shuan is pretty wild here. It could be Jun as well. So all of these categorical ones are great ways to build up your read intuition, at least in Chinese. Definitely not in Japanese. Japanese requires like a kunyomi filter. So you have an onyomi and kunyomi filter to contend with.
电
Like most of the time, like this one, I was between Dian and Dian, and I rarely remember what the meaning was at the time. Oh, I want to say it's Han,
汉
and I want to say it's either Vas, writing brush. Could be a writing brush. No. Something to do with water. Interesting. I'm gonna say Vas. Okay. Still Vas. The writing brush. Why do I say writing brush? If you remove the water, it's writing brush. Water is Vas, but writing brush is without the water. So Han is in Han, so double Han. And the way I remember it is because it's Han with water. Water is Vas, Han is not. The writing brush is not. How do I get a writing brush in this? That's kind of a tough one. This is a very tough character to remember. Or writing brush. One thing I see that's an error though. So this is an error right here. In this thing. That's not a car. This is not a car. So they made a mistake here. This is mist. It's a mist. A car stroke would run through this. So that's an error. Which may or may not be a deal breaker for some people. Right? For myself, you just learn it. Right? If you know what's wrong with it, then you can remember what's wrong with it. If you're relying on memorization and recognition, then you can't correct for it. That's usually a good... Oh, that's a wonderful litmus test for whether you're memorizing things and recognizing them, or are you understanding them. Because higher level comprehension can correct for them. It's pretty effortless to know that this is not car. And you could sit here being angry about it and say, well, I saw it there, so it's gonna condition me to memorize it and recognize it differently. Like, well, that's what happens when you only memorize and recognize. You can't correct things. You can't adjust things. Right? You don't think about what you're doing. You simply memorize it. So, here's a good example. Like, this could trigger... I would say this triggers a lot of people in today's modern age. Where, like, oh, whoa. Now I can't, like... Now I'm gonna get this confused because this says car and that's clearly not car. Oh. Tough. Very tough. Oh no. Is this a dove? What type of bird is this? I'm gonna say jiu.
鸠
And it's a turtle dove. It's either you know it or not. Actually, I think turtle doves are endangered. I think turtle doves are one of the birds that are actually endangered. I could be wrong. They're either endangered or they're challenged. They're a challenged bird species. Various turtle doves, I believe. Not that that's important, but
盾
just thought I'd mention that. Remote.
风
It's maple, and you either know or you don't. The nice thing about fun is now it's also kaede, right? Kaede is the Japanese for maple as well. Same thing. I mixed this two up. This is gong, yeah, gong. So how do I mess up chong with gong is because in chong it also has this character, but chong has something on top. Right, here you go. Right. Chong has the mobile container on top. That's why I chose chong. As opposed to gong, and gong doesn't. So now there's a gong in chong. And gong is over here. And to bow, the mnemonic for poor is to bow. Or like when you're poor, you bow for like mobile containers or stuff. So bow is pretty good. I mean, it was my second. It was a 50-50. Guess on the read. And gong, how do I know it's to bow? A bow is gong. So bow and bow are English homonyms, right? Bow and bow. And then there are homonyms in Chinese as well. So that's kind of how we deflect into gong. I don't... What read do we have? Is it G? No. G. Okay. So G is also bow. G gong. G gong You could have. I bet if I look this up, there's probably like qigong, maybe qigong or kung fu, maybe. Gong qing, interesting to attend personally. So less actual bowing, more figurative bowing. Oh, here's one. Oh no, that's the same thing. Oh, so conceding. It has more of a conceding. Oh, or bend the body, bow the body. Gong sheng. Interesting. Gong yi. So it's more figurative. It's used more figuratively. More so humbling oneself. Like yielding and taking care of things as opposed to literally bowing. Like, just bending over and like lowering yourself. So there's less of that.
Sheng.
How do I say this? Like sacrifice, livestock, offering. Okay, yeah, livestock. It's fine. It is involved in livestock is involved in sacrifice. So like when you're eating, there's a lot of you're raising livestock as a sacrifice for your subsistence. So I typically lump those things together. Cauldron. Cauldron is just cauldron. You gotta know.
Wan.
Alright, it's time to guess. I'm gonna say ant. It's not ant. Oh. This is a characteristic. So here's a special case. This is a characteristic of a bug. So it's like wiggle, wriggle, slither around. So something that is characteristic. So there are a couple of these, and one is one of them. Curling up, boring a hole. Those things can be part of the bug because there are bug characteristics. So, how did this work?
Hun.
Oh no, it's meat or fish.
Xing.
Xing. Shin. No, xing. For core as well in Japanese. It's a very specific character and it really doesn't get used very often. So both of them kind of reinforce each other, which is kind of nice. The top is the key for the read, and yeah. Oh no, this one's tough, even with the kanji. This is ja,
Za.
za, bind. This one's tough, even with the kanji overlap. I immediately wanted to say like a ling, but I feel like it's more of a tan. But if it's a tan, I don't know what it is. Tan. This like cowboy sunflower thing is a pain in my butt. Shin for gill fungus. Dang it. Yeah, gill fungus is hard. Lee, so the Lee comes from the overlap with cowboy. There are a couple ones that are pretty rough. The sunflower one is, so tan is the strongest. So I had to rule out tang. So if it was tang, I have no idea what it is. And then the next thing is Lee, which is chestnut. Right, that's where the flower thing came from, but it's actually tree. And others are not as prospective. So it was either Tang or Li, since I can't find Shun. And Shun is unlike anything. That's kind of a tough one. You either know or you don't here. We can look for a vocabulary word. So both tons contain this combination. I don't think there's are any other characters I'm familiar. And then let's go look for. Let's see if we can find a fun word. So what is it? Gill fungus? Maybe Juan. Like Han Juan. Xiang Xuan. Xiang Xuan for shiitake. Shiitake. No, shiitake. Shiitake or Du Xiang. Oh, interesting. Old stool. Oh, Gu Shen. Gu Shen could be helpful. It's a type of fungus. I was thinking Zhen for fungus. Gu is mushroom. So Gu Shen, and mushrooms are fungus. Right, they're fungi. Xiang Shen shiitake shiitake is pretty good. I kind of like it. Why did they use fragrant? I'm not sure. It's not transliteration. It doesn't sound like shiitake. Or I go with Gu Shen, which is pretty solid. You know what? Let's go with it. I really like, as the Americans say, shiitake mushrooms. Like, shiitake mushrooms are fantastic. But I didn't realize that she had two E's in it, like she-e, right? Shiitake. Actually, I'm kind of curious what the... Pitch accent is. Maybe is shiitake. No, shiitake sounds usually written. No, it's funny. It's usually written kana, but it lines up with Japanese. Okay. Alright. Okay.
明
Is it dark, dim, hazy, dark, dim, close eyes? Closed eyes. Yeah. Immediately I want to type G.
记
Yikes. Something about putting missiles on a car so that you can fasten it. Okay, like fastening missiles onto a car with silk. There is a vocabulary word that I'm thinking of for fasten. Oh, it could take a bind and tie, like maybe like 季节 or 季节 季节. Oh, it could also be untie. Whoops. Find out. 系带. That's a read change. It's a secondary read. 机上 buckle up. Kind of tough. 季博. Wow, I wasn't expecting to more. Tomar. 季博. What's that? Fasten and then more, like to to like tie the oat. 联系. Oh man, C is a C. It looks like C is a more common read on this. Where's the C coming from? I kind of want to see this. So the G that I'm getting is G from edit, which really isn't that great. Really not that close. Where's the C coming from? Interesting. The closest thing I can think about for C is the silk, but that doesn't do. Both G and C are pretty uncommon or like combination of the stuff. Oh, that's a tough one. C 球. It's pretty good. All the C's are pretty alright. C Fang attack. Alright. I guess we're gonna use Umar. Ibo. We're not going into separate reads yet. Separate reads will come with a different routine. Heck. This one, it's Schwa. I screwed up. Although Swan is one of the reads. But this is Swal. And Swal lines up with Swal, the other Swal, and that is to incite. This one is the shuttle. Let's go here. There's two Swals. Like, we might as well right, Swal here. There's instigate, Swal, mouth, and shuttle. It's a bit of a pivot, right? There's also two other homonyms, but those are unrelated. This is Swal for the right hand of this, and then Swal the other Swal. So all the right hand stuff carries Swal multiple times. Or Swal, just Swal. The tone can change. That one's okay. Okay.
训 裸
So it's not gauze, it's dang it. Oh, it's a bamboo basket. Bamboo basket. So two things. It could be a yi for escape. Or it could be a that's bristle, right? Or is it oh no, it's a Tuan for leap up. The other one is Tuan. And what am I getting? The mouse, right? The mouse in the so this mouse, yin or yi, yin. Okay, yin has that. Tuan was what I was looking for. Or flee. But yin or yi, flee is what I was going off of. And yi, I typed yi because it's to escape. By the definition, not the read, because I couldn't find the read. So Tuan, let's go see if Tuan Yi is a word. There's a very good chance it's either that or Tao. Tuan Shang. Interesting. Oh, no. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about to leap up. Sorry, to leap up. Wrong. The other Tuan Yi would be a possibility, or Tuan Tao. This one is to leap up, so it's gonna be like Jue and Sheng, right? Sheng is to rise. So to suddenly, it's more like Sutton leaps up, right? This is pretty good. Sheng is very reliable. Bung is a leap as well, like hop. So that's pretty strong. Both of these are pretty strong. Tuan Tang to like prance or very vigorously, so to jump around wildly. That's okay. That's okay. That's describing something. Tuan Hong. Okay. I guess that like something red or like spicy or hot, sort of. Tuan Huo. That is a leaping, highly demanding product, right? A highly demanding product, so hot property. I'm sorry. Tuan Tiao, that's still jumping. So in this case, it's more like a forward leap. So to bound forward. Tuan Xi, ooh, very leap up because leap up because of diarrhea. all right. I think we're gonna use. I think Bung is pretty good. Bung is useful because Bung is a weak character. Like Bung, this Bung. We can use 2 weak characters to make a strong meaning, possibly.
Cuan Gong.
Oh, dang it. It's P. Or P. This has no help. It's in utterance and a proper noun. So it's probably just gonna be onomatopoeia or some wow. Okay. Pitter patter. Oh, interesting. Pitter patter is pretty cute. Crackle and rattle. And then it's a variant of something else. Nah, we're just gonna move along here. Pretty sure this is bamboo basket. Oh, more. I'm thinking Japanese. I wrote ma because of Japanese.
Suo. Mo.
Ma is Japanese. Like maho or majo. Mahozukai. Like magic, witches, sorcery, things.
Li.
Oh, what type of fish are you? I want to say carp. Oh, no, wait. It could be scale. Like being scaly. No, that's Li, right? Or is that scaly here? It's got carp. Okay. Excuse me. Gao for withered. Oh no. Wither is kind of weak, but it's lined up with the other wither. This is a good example of your pivot of taking a reed and then attaching it to a characteristic of a category. So what did we have today? Wriggle or slither around. That's characteristic of insects. And then this one is withering, which is the characteristic of tree, which does line up with cool gao. Cool is good, is used in the same way. It's cool attached to a tree, so they're both wither. There's another wither actually, way, which is way attached to a tree. So all three of them is the sound that they make attached to a tree, so they all mean wither. I don't think let's find out. Does gao line up with way? No, it's just cool gao. All right. Oh, haggard. Yeah, something that's withered is also haggard of a person. Yeah. Although people can wither, sort of. I want to say xian. Oh no, that's probably lian. Yeah, lian, honest or cheap. Cheap is gonna be added here because it's more like a honest price, so cheap.
P 搞
I want to say it was liang, but liang sounds
Liang.
stronger. It's like loud and clear. Spoken. Bright speech. Clear, right? Bright also means clear. And then in speech, it's more like you heard it loud and clear situation. It's a pretty good one. I like it.
脸
Lian, not so much, but we'll go for it. Alright, pretty sweet. Absolutely love doing these character studies now. Just like tickling my fancy because I can speak about it. That's what it feels like for Wanikani whenever lesson days comes around. I can talk about the characters as opposed to reading and trying to memorize something. We talk about the characters the whole time. So that is like my basic activity now. It's really fun especially when we start talking about names, people's names, like, oh, that's a really cool name, or this place has a really cool name. Here are the essences. Now, I do want to make a really big disclaimer. The essences of the character might not necessarily reflect the native meaning, because now most of this stuff is interpretive, right? So like a radical could mean something dramatically different. Later, maybe like in another couple months or so, we could look at the original radical names, like what is the native Chinese radicals and the native Japanese radical names, like meanings. Are they one and the same? Like, look in the book. That would be really cool. It can add to the understanding of the characters. And it's not that strong. It's not that tough of a pivot for me. I'm in my sweet spot now, where I'm no longer memorizing and recognizing. It is remarkable. Like, I can't emphasize this enough. I'm not gonna go through active recall today. I'm gonna try to rest up for tomorrow. We can put some time in between the things. What I do have to say that's really remarkable about other people online is how strongly they rely on memorization and recognition. Like, since the dawn of the internet, so much of the ease of information, like how saturated information is, and even redundant now because of AI slop and whatnot, how redundant it is, how complacent and, to me, unrewarding the way people think they're learning. Like for me personally, like I'm not saying you guys or whoever is memorizing don't feel rewarded when you memorize and recall something. For me, I can no longer see how to connect with people who either the only kick they get out of is being right or wrong, not discussing what is considered right, what is considered wrong, why and how do they not agree with each other, and how they are in agreement with each other. Like a right answer is nearly like most things in human creation, the construct is not literally always right and wrong. Like it's rarely ever zeros and ones. The internet has changed that game. Now it's zeros and ones. Even opinions are zero and ones. Like, oh, well, your opinion is wrong. My opinion is right. More people back me than you. So like, even with the difference of one vote, makes it feel like one is right, one is wrong. So, what does that have to do with how I'm impressed with the inundation and saturation of information? It's crazy to me to think that the default way people learn, quote unquote, what they think they're learning is by doing the thing so much that they memorized it. Like, how do you learn how to do math? Watch like hundreds of podcasts about the same concept of math and hope it sticks, right? Like, that is the conditioned default of the internet. The moment you type something in a search engine, the most practiced skill, I'm not saying it's not your best skill. Someone who relies on the algorithm, relies on their search engine, their most practiced skill is to see the information over and over again until it sticks. Right? If you're wondering, nah, Maku, you're barking up a tree. It's like the most touted way to learn a language is immersion. And no, it's not all types of immersion. It's a very specific type of immersion. The very specific type of immersion that is most popular is vibe and get inundated with the same stimuli until it suddenly clicks one day. That is the most popular type of immersion. We're not talking about, like, if someone says, no, that's not the type of immersion I do. The type of immersion I do is I go to Japan, I force myself to learn things that I pick out because I'm in an environment. That's a different type of immersion for sure. Like, that's, we then start talking about like the concept of comprehensible input and how to measure one's own competence. That's not part of comprehensible input. Learning how to measure one's own competence. That's where I like to contribute my 2 cents. Comprehensible input does not, that whole concept doesn't teach you or focus on the idea of how to measure your own competence. You have to assume you already can do that before you go about making that concept into all of your stuff. Like, if you're an incompetent person or you're an overconfident person, thinking that you're having comprehensible input, like achieving comprehensible input, is not a thing, in my opinion. Like, there are prerequisites for applying a concept. You must know its axioms, or right, the axia or axioms, before you can use that technique properly, or the, not really technique, it's a concept, right? It's a theoretical concept. And the immersion that I get from people is like, oh, you just got to keep reading, you just got to keep exposing yourself. It's like, I'm going to be very, very clear about this. There are enough cases in this world where you could even spend your entire lifetime, and I'm not even cherry picking, it actually happens significantly. Now, not significant enough to be the majority, I get that. There are varying degrees too, so we require a threshold, You can be a native speaker and still suck at the thing that you're required to be examined on. Take an SAT. Go ahead. Tell me how you score right now. Like, if you're not actively learning, right? Whether it's through immersion, whether through his application, or however, whatever the methodology you're doing, if you're not actively learning, go take a standardized exam right now. Tell me how you do, how well you do. Like, you can spend a whole lifetime thinking you're competent in something by immersing in it, by being repeatedly bombarded by something, and I can ask you, please explain that to me, and you would not know what it is. Like, explain to me how your smartphone works. Like, you could use it and you can explain something. Oh, well, you just touch this and touch that. It's like you didn't understand anything about how smartphones work. You know how to operate something through habit formation, right? So online, the algorithm has solved that problem. Now, what I'm saying is, I am very impressed. I'm incredibly impressed that people choose to harness that part that they do well. Or, now here's the cynicism part. Cynical alert. Or is it that the environment has induced people to do that so people can profit off of them? Now, I'm not saying people like HanziHero and Wanikani. What I'm saying is there was a precedence that there was an unintentional consequence of algorithm efficiency, right? All of those tools, they become business oriented as well and motivated. So that innovation created a precedence that people prefer to use repeated exposure, mere exposure, inundation to easily accessible information without any form of critical thinking or problem solving skills to efficiently acquire a memory by simply maintaining it through consistent exposure. That has become the gold standard now. Now, then fast forward a couple years, and then how do people teach people who do that really well? SRS. SRS is very popular because it now takes advantage of studying people. So now you might argue, so what happened first, chicken or the egg? Did I, for example, learn by seeing the same thing over and over again? The vast majority of my life after like 18 years of age was no. It's absolutely not the way I learn. The vast majority of my advanced knowledge does not come from repeated exposures of the same thing. In fact, the bane, the trade-off that I talked about 3 days ago about boredom, being bored, complacent, grinding, lack of motivation, and cheap rewards not being sustainable for motivation is the consequence of predominantly relying solely on memorization and recognition as your perceived learning ability. That means you have memorization recognition does not give you reason for application. It does not give you reason for analytical skills. It does not give you reward from creation. You don't encourage yourself to apply something, to want to use it, to want to see it, to be curious about it, to use it, to create something out of it, to overlap memories, to associate all of the downstream things don't even happen anymore. Because there is an excess of information that demands your attention, and it is so excessive and so, in my argument, ironically, it is so inefficient to rely on memory and recognition that it is like sometimes it goes unnoticed. Like when I ask someone, so how long do you spend studying? It's like, well, I spend studying for 30 minutes each day. And then fast forward 6 months, how long do you spend studying? Oh, I spend 6 hours. And I'm like, what happened? Why did it go from 30 minutes to 6 hours? Didn't you learn more things? Did you scale up? Like, Did you comprehend things so that it doesn't like scale up like crazy? It stayed 1-to-1. Just like doom scrolling, like YouTube videos, playing video games, schoolwork. It simply scaled up 1-to-1. Like if you learned 100 kanji, it's 100 kanji. When you get to 2000 kanji, it's still the same scaling. Now it's 20 times the length of 100 because you have 20 times the volume. And then someone would say, well, I know most of the stuff, right? So then they will only focus on the last 200 kanji. Then they forget the 1800 other kanji unless they're repeatedly slamming them into the head. So then you go around and you hope that they intuitively, when you read manga, you start developing comprehension skills. It's like, yeah, of course you do. You start attaching them to stories. You start caring about the stories. You hope to use, apply, and output. This is where I have a I am very contentious on this point. When someone's reading manga and they are applying the things that they are memorizing, that is output. It's not input. It's not entirely input. Like it's almost 80% output. It's 80-20. You are finally outputting something that you memorized to create new input from that. And then CI is usually applied in a way that you comprehend a threshold, like 80% of the stuff you comprehend, and you learn new input 20% from what you barely comprehend. So you take what you comprehend and you learn the new input. While you're doing that 80%, that is output. That is deduction, application, association, comprehension. You are outputting something because now you memorize and you're creating comprehension of it and an application of its use in context of something you don't know or don't understand. So after you memorize and recognize something, the vast majority of your time is with output. Output is the end process that creates the full length of learning, right? So when someone says, oh yeah, I don't have time to read manga, or I don't have time to listen to podcasts because I'm still focusing primarily on trying to memorize something and it's scaling to the point where I don't have enough time to do higher level processing, that is what impresses me. Because there are people who legitimately do this so well that it makes me exhausted. Like the stuff I'm talking about now, the associations and correlations that I observe between the behavioral responses of the internet, the hustle culture, and what the algorithm is doing to the lack of problem solving and critical thinking skills and higher level cognitive function when it comes to learning and comprehension, that is a walk in the park to me. That is scalable to me personally. Like you can scale that. It condenses so many higher level, it compresses the volume. It helps you scale the volume. Meanwhile, the hot take and the hacks that I hear is the lowest level you can possibly do, and you hope that you just do it even more. Like do it faster, do it more, inundate even more. Yeah, no kidding, you keep looking for efficiency because in order for that thing to work, you're constantly reducing your attention span as much as possible so that you can squeeze in every ounce of repeatable exposure you can have. Now, yes, that leads to better memory, quote unquote, the perception of more volume for your time for memory. Does it lead to better comprehension? From my perspective, absolutely no. It's not even a close contest. Someone who don't think about the things, who don't want to encourage themselves to think about the things they're trying to memorize and trying to recognize, organize it, compare it, apply it, and create something out of it even at the top level. You don't even have to go to creation. Organizing and applying it is sufficient. Don't do any of that, then you have zero comprehension. Memorizing information is not the same as comprehending it. It's part of the process. It's part of the picture. And because that part is the first step, and it's also made so easy, so readily available, so attractive, so comforting when you're online, that rarely now I see people after 2 or 3 years of on and off studying rarely graduate or like matriculate out of that comfort zone. So, did the internet deliberately do a disservice to people's complicated, to simplifying people's way of learning? Yes, but not intentionally. I don't think there was anyone out there that said, oh, hey, let's go find the best business practice we can have by focusing and abusing people's attention spans. The very first step of people's fundamental attention spans and catching their attention as much as possible to reduce and refine that to a point where that is all the time they have in their life for these things. You know, doom scrolling, 30-second repeat of the same iteration of AI slop that becomes a subconscious mechanical movement that isn't even part of conscious thought anymore, right? Things like that. It's so refined now that it's kind of tough to even encourage people, which is what I was talking about in Bunpro, encourage people to know that there's really wonderful things you can do. Like, you can do so much more and enjoy quite a lot more of things. Things are changing now, right? There is pushback, right? Pushback for algorithm-based things, targeted research, targeted like inundation, habitual, mandatory, default opt-in versus opt-in, right? Agency and all that stuff. The landscape is progressively changing right now. How rapidly it will happen, who knows? I do know that, with that said, people who design apps, people who are teaching things, they're taking advantage of it too. It's not that they are supporting the hyper reduction of people's attention spans, completely simplifying the nature of learning to mere exposure. Psychology is mere exposure. The more you see it, the more likely you'll remember it, and you hope that creates an intuitive comprehension emergence. Well, that used to be true, in my opinion. Like, well before a targeted algorithm was so efficient that it sucks all of your time up, or a SRS that is built on that principle that's so efficient at sucking all your time up that it would give you time, like would even leave some speck of time for you to create upper comprehension skills through intuition and vibing. That used to be a thing maybe 10 years ago, not now. Like the hyperstimulation and then people stacking on top of it to take advantage of it out of the goodness of their heart. Like, these SRS are really good at competing with something else that is taking up all your time, right? If doom scrolling is taking up all your time, Duolingo is there to compete with the doom scrolling in order to replace it with a habit that is also responsible for using that same thing. In my opinion, every single SRS uses the same principle. Space it out, minimize the amount of stimulation, right, necessary to achieve the highest volume based on the lowest effort input and the complete lack of critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. So yes, it will make it more difficult to reach an intermediate level of learning, but the biggest but is It is so good at getting people started. Like, so good that is undeniable that more people, because of these techniques and stuff, right, farming the beginner phase, so good at getting people to learn language that I would imagine there's a statistical increase in interest in language learning, and a very noticeable statistical increase. I don't have any data, but I would say it's conservatively acceptable that there is a surge in beginner language learning. Now it's going to take humans, right? It's going to take humans to collectively figure out, so how do we get from hyper overstimulated, low effort, ease of transition, memory based, recognition based, mere exposure based techniques to an intermediate level, bridge that level smoothly? Is it going to happen in the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? I don't know yet. I can tell you now, this is like addiction level of harnessing doom scrolling. Like the data that you see, the fundamentals of catching someone's attention and making consistent has been harnessed now. It is so good at what it's doing, it is also creating a crutch. Humans are humans. The human condition is when you are used to doing something and everything else looks and smells like SRS, and you drink SRS, you eat SRS, you sleep SRS, and you even learn a language like SRS, it is probably SRS for the rest of your life. Now, how do you get out of it? In a human condition, complacency is reinforced by how many sources of interaction based on the thing that you rely on. If everything smells, drinks, tastes like SRS, then it will become very, very difficult to depart outside of SRS, right? You're not getting a balanced diet for your brain. You're getting a enriched, cultivated, conditioned response through mere exposure. It's cheap, efficient, good for business, and good for the human condition. Humans are lazy. They don't want to work hard. They want big return on low effort. And things that are incredibly efficient and lazy creates complacency and lack of innovation or iteration, right? That's not a good or a bad thing. Humans are built to be conservative. They conserve their energy. They know when to take opportunities. Like, obviously, I want to spend $1 for $10,000 worth of something. Like, if I gave you $1 and if someone asked me, like, hey, they'll give me $1,000 if I gave them $1, I'll absolutely do it. It's lazy. Easy money, right? $1 for $1,000. That's fantastic, right? So, human condition exists on everyone's level. Now the question is, how long is it until there are human beings who ends up largely experiencing only that, right? They are so inundated with one task that they no longer have curiosity, willingness, or emotional, like any form of curiosity or motivation to entertain the rewards and the efforts of other things. I don't know, but honestly, the really scary dystopian side of me, if I wanted to do some fear-mongering a little bit, is that the way people are learning is also going in the same way of doom scrolling. Like, in order for other alternative educational methodology to compete with the fundamentals, because it's beginner friendly, fundamental learning strategies are also very effective for beginner learners who also likely will be a beginner learner when they are beginning to learn another skill. So all of this culminates in the idea that when you start with an app, one of the most responsible things, in my opinion, for an app designer is to encourage people to move on, integrate, expand, and supplement. I give you an example. It's not the greatest, but in Wanikani, when you become level 60 or when you become level 25, usually you get a newsletter, right? And they tell you, hey, as much as we want you to continue doing this and being subscribed to this and whatnot, you have to leave the nest sometime. We got to encourage you to go and do something else, because the efficacy of a beginner program that also use beginner type accessible functionality is, in fact, that's what it is. You have to work really hard to get someone interested at first to establish a habit. The double edge is when the habit is established, how are you going to learn how to couple the habit to something else? That bridges and reduces the resistance to develop a new habit. Do wanikani, and because you've done wanikani, you can do something else, and that habit is attached. Or you do that new thing and then do wanikani because you are habitually going to have to complete your HanziHero review. So add the thing in front so that in order to get that same feeling of satisfaction in completing your day, it comes as a quote-unquote reward for the tougher task that you have to do, which is to couple the habit. This is habit coupling. You couple established habit that provides a sustainable reward, hopefully, and you attach it to something you're trying to establish, right? That is one way to bridge. Now, most of these apps are not responsible for that. In fact, it would be really cool to see like Wanikani collaborate with a downstream thing, like Wanikani collaborating with Satori Reader. Bunpro is a sort of a case study, like tangentially Bunpro and Wanikani integration is a great idea. It expands on that. The downside is that they both also still operate on the same like schedule type. So it's not like profoundly introducing something else. The fundamental is that everything's still being reduced to mere exposure. Now, that's what people will focus on. I'm not saying Bunpro's developer wanted this, because Bunpro, they wrote grammar, they wrote really wonderful sentences, hired actors. The thing is, your audience will simply ascribe that to the established thing that they're most comfortable with, which is SRS. Do you know what SRS is? Well, most people say like, oh, it's a technical way of spacing out your repetitions so that it extends how long you will eventually forget something. Well, guess what? SRS can be used to maximize something or minimize something. What minimizes something? TikTok, YouTube, algorithm, Gemini, ChatGPT. They minimize the spacing. Maximizing spacing can produce a divorce and time for other thinking, sure. Minimizing it means that you're more likely to pay attention to that than the next thing. So yes, whenever you think about, oh yeah, Wanikani, it's so hard to like pay attention when Wanikani isn't nagging at me to do my reviews. It's like, yeah, no kidding. And then it's like, oh, but I don't understand. I always get distracted by Discord, or I always get distracted by YouTube the moment I see it. It's like, because they have minimum spacing. The spacing between each time you get a hit from YouTube and doom scrolling, the space is smaller. It's space repetition system. YouTube is a space repetition system. It serves you new videos when things become available. In fact, its content is the basis of its content is almost inexhaustible now. It's so inexhaustible to the point where AI slop is more than 50%, like it's approaching more than 50% for AI slop. So churning the same thing is not only, dear me, I'm saying like I am pretty convinced that despite me and other, people who spend some time outside of AI slop and whatnot, I think it's questionable. It's a little bit concerning how popular these things are. I would concede that probably the more majority people don't actually care about AI slop. Like what I mean is they actually do consume AI slop. They see AI slop and they're perfectly fine with wanting to see the same thing being iterated over and over again. If regardless of how like I feel that people should be questionable about this stuff, like seeing the same stuff iterated over and over again, and the spacing between your exposure keeps narrowing and narrowing and narrowing until it consumes even language learning that relies on the same technique, right? I can't ignore obvious evidence that suggests that if you take 100 people, more than 50% of them are perfectly fine with AI slop. How do I know this? After Coco Melon, right? After Coco Melon, and that's not technically AI slop, right? When AI slop slided in, Love Island with fruits. Like the most popular thing is not something produced by humans who's telling you not to rely on spaced repetition to generate your upper level cognitive function, because you need time to process, right? Heard this before. If you're blitzing through something, it's like, oh, I see that, I see that, I see that. Oh, I saw that before. Oh no, I saw that 100 times. Now I memorized it. It's like, that's great. Let's go memorize some more things by seeing it 100 times and 1,000 times over. Meanwhile, all I can see is 5 hours in, someone doom scrolled and they memorized the whole thing, but they memorized the same iteration of the same thing 5,000 times over. It's that time efficient. It's time efficient per exposure. Is it time efficient for comprehension, upper level thinking? No, it's absolutely uncontested. It is if someone has a compelling argument to me that they say memorizing 10,000 things over and over again is more efficient than developing comprehension that ties any of those things together, so that you don't have to constantly memorize and rememorizing those 10,000 things, I would love to hear it. Right? Humans understand patterns, associations, like larger deduction, correlations, extrapolation, deduction, right? All of those things exist in a higher tier. So why do they exist in a higher tier? It takes time. You need to process the information. You need to sit down, reflect, retrospection, develop experience. No, if you're constantly inputting with smaller and smaller spacing, you will have less and less time to process it. So here we are speaking about this, and I could argue that someone can totally slam my face in and memorize 3,000 Hanzi right off the bat, and they would memorize those things. And meanwhile, I'm at like 500 Hanzi, but I would have stories and manga examples or usage examples of those 500 Hanzi. They would have meaning to me by the time I get to 500. That other person can say, oh yeah, but I know this and this and this. I also memorized all 500 of your Hanzi. And it's like, the 3,000 is greater than 500. It's like, yeah, but that's all you do. All you had was memory and recognition. You didn't even have time to process or think about what you can do with them, or what you're going to do with them, or even do them in response. What are you going to do next? Memorize an entire text by memorizing what's in it? Or are you going to read the text out of the interest of curiosity and apply the meaningfulness of the time you spent with the characters you had time to process? Because if you don't, you're doom scrolling. Speeding through SRS like a 5-second drill, like a minimum 5-second drill, to me, it is very difficult to see the difference between flicking through doom scrolling every 5 to 10 seconds. The shortage amount of encoding that you do in doom scrolling is very much reflected in the people who think speeding through their reviews in SRS, the faster they get through without creating novel instances and knowing more detail and encouraging themselves to keep expanding, is the same as doom scrolling. You might as well just go on YouTube and watch the same, like make a whole playlist of 100 of your favorite videos and play it every single day for the rest of your life, because you're gonna forget it if you stop watching it. The thing you're relying on is you're memorizing the experience. You're not developing new reasons to remember it or use it. Like for example, my experience with Chinese is tied to my Japanese. It's not simply Chinese on the one hand and Japanese on the other hand. They're not memorization tools. Like, I don't memorize them in separate places. They're one and the same. Like, that's how you create cognitive comprehension. You bring it with you. Like, I literally got told this by several people when I asked them, so when you watch something and when you read something, what goes on in your head? And they would describe, it's like, well, it's exactly what I read. And I'm like, but what if you don't understand what you have read? And it's like, well, it's literally what I read. Like, I see what I literally read. And my first thought is, so you don't ever have questions, like imagination, like comprehending what they're going to do, being excited about what you might think is going to happen, or them thinking back to, oh, this is why this happened. Like, you don't have those conversations. And I would say more than 50% of the people I met, they literally say, if it's not literally there, I either don't remember it or it's not literally there. So no upper level comprehension at all. Or at least no indicator. Like, when someone, and that goes back to the Bunpro rant that I had earlier today, where is this going to be on the test, is what Beth wrote. Like, if you literally are not shown the problem, you can't solve the problem. Right? Memorization and recognition without comprehension. If the literal problem I'm demonstrating is not literally on the exam, they would not be able to solve the problem. Like, there's no conceptual understanding of the problem they saw over and over again, because they can't comprehend the connection and the association, the deduction and the extrapolation between the information, the conceptual information that they have, in order to solve a related problem or even a novel problem. There's no critical thinking involved. So when you're doom scrolling every 10 seconds, you're substituting doom scrolling for 10 seconds and telling yourself you're learning something by doom scrolling in SRS every 10 seconds, whether you get it wrong or right in 10-second intervals. Actually, the person that said this multiple times, two or three separate people, they say they spend 5 seconds looking at an SRS card. Like, 5 seconds or less. If 5 seconds eclipse, they just simply swipe, look at the answer, swipe again, and hope that it just comes back. Like, that is the fundamentals. Now, it's not a bad or a good thing, right? It's only bad when it no longer services you. So if I'm making an argument and someone comes to me and is like, how do you solve problems if you don't know what the problems are going to be in the future? now it's a bad thing. And that's my narrative. So when I asked them, okay, well, you solved this problem, right? How is this problem related to possible problems in the future? Can you imagine questions that you still want to ask yourself if it's not there? Like the stuff you know now, how is it going to be a problem later? Can you imagine scenarios where there's a short-sightedness with the way you're starting to do things? Like if you think that spending 5 seconds thinking about why you got something wrong, you don't even think about that, because most people, what they do on SRS is they see that they got it wrong and they move on. They don't sit there and think, okay, so I thought about this and I thought about this. Okay, let's write that down. And then the next time you get another wrong, it's like, wait a minute, why does this feel familiar? It feels like I got this in the same way wrong this way. You write that down and you start developing patterns, right? You learn that, oh, you know what? A third of the time, they're all related. They all have pronouns. They all have proper nouns listed together. Or, oh man, all of these deal with fruits. That is critical thinking skills, right? You're starting to develop patterns and recognition. But you can't do that if you think that, oh yeah, this is the best way to learn. I just trust the system and I don't think about anything. And then you let it go. And I'm like, I'm not surprised that whenever you try to challenge me, right? Like when someone comes up and say, oh yeah, this is how it works. Are you sure that's how it works? Did you sit down, reflect, and tell me that's how it works? Explain to me, what has SRS taught you? Because most of the time, someone will tell me, it's like, oh, you know, all these leeches, these are the ones that I'm bad at. I'm like, okay, explain. Explain why they are leeches and explain why you are bad at them. Like, well, I'm bad at them because I got them wrong. I'm like, that doesn't explain anything. You spent that does explain something that a 5-second thing would do, right? Like, it is easy to explain something when you only spend 5 seconds thinking about it. Like, you look at data, it's like, oh, you look at all the data that you collected. Yeah, but you didn't analyze any of that data. Like a fitness tracker, right? If you use a fitness tracker, it tracks everything, and then you see what it can tell you, and then you just move on. It's like, oh yeah, the fitness tracker is just telling me my time's going lower, so that's good, and that's good, right? That's useful when it meets your needs. So it's good when it meets your needs. And then later down the road, you're like, I don't have my fitness tracker and I don't want to use my fitness tracker anymore. How can I be satisfied with the next thing I do? Well, you need to understand what the fitness tracker did for you. What did it tell you? How did it modulate or moderate the way you do things? How did it affect and how do you interpret afterwards? What are the patterns that associate between the two? None of that requires thinking if you don't think about it, right? So whenever someone asks me, I have a problem, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna have to explain the problem to me so that I can actually suggest something. Like, well, I don't know. It's kind of like I keep getting stuck on the same like 10 words, and I'm like, okay, can you explain anything about those 10 words? It's like, well, it's just 10 words. I'm like, do you even remember what the 10 words you got wrong? And they're like, well, it's like this thing. I'm like, what thing? Like, you have to write it out. You actually have to tell me what the 10 thing is. Maybe I can see a pattern or something. And it's nebulous. Because the things you get wrong, you don't even keep track of anymore. You literally don't keep track of the things you get wrong. Like, and I'm not describing everyone. I think the minority look at the errors that they make, try to figure out what else they can do. Like, the minority use critical thinking skills and problem solving skills to encourage themselves to level up integrate more tools and so on. I genuinely do say it's probably safe to assume that the majority do not do that. They rely on repetition, and repetition is king, because nearly most aspects who are chronically online rely on repetition for most things. Like, how do you remember what happened in a movie? Watch it multiple times. And when I've ever asked, like, so what do you like about the movie? It's like, well, I watched it. Okay. Can you explain any particular thing that you find memorable? I can't remember all the details, but if I watch it again, I'll know all the details. I'm like, okay, that's memorization and recognition. If the thing is not there, you can no longer construct or apply what you're going to say. A thought rarely ever comes up while you're engaged in something, right? Like solving a puzzle. When they solve the puzzle, they no longer remember the solution. It's crazy. Like what? And then you start asking, why do you have trouble remembering something that was just explained to you like 5 minutes ago? It's not because you have short attention span, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is, it's not the same as saying inherently having short attention span versus being trained to be efficient and practiced in only paying attention for a specific amount of time, right? Those two things are very difficult right now. It's hard to know. There are some double-blind studies and like longitudinal studies that are trying to hope to get to the bottom, or maybe try to clarify some of these things. Is it permanent? I hope in my mind that it is temporary, as in the reason why people only pay attention and can only consume and remember a specific amount of details and then iterate and output it after the initial exposure is because there isn't enough time to do that. And they habitually limited their time so much so that they've become more efficient, but also for that limited amount of time. So the amount of things people may remember in a 5-second window might have gone up per second. However, the window is so small that it still pales in comparison to someone who spends 3 minutes looking at something. Because despite the less observant person who's like spend 3 minutes, they are statistically probably going to be likely more able to observe more things about any particular thing versus the swath of volume that someone has to. Some people may argue, okay, well, if that person spends 3 minutes learning one word, and this person spent 3 minutes learning 60 words, doesn't that mean the person who's learning 60 words have learned more things? Well, they have certainly learned more words. Right? No contest. No contest. Use objectivity. Use internet lingo. Use NetSpeak. 60 is greater than 5. Or 1 even. 60 is greater than 1. Right? That person has 3 minutes of attachment and observation with one word. If you, now let's expand it even further. Let's take someone who makes an argument SRS is the most efficient way to learn kanji. All right, well, you learn 20 kanji in 1 year. Fair enough, right? Like, that's Wanikani's like speed run thing. 2,000 kanji in a year. Okay, so now you have the disproportionate amount of time based on efficiency that you are exposed to that 2,000 kanji, however much time you have. Even in the context of one's own health, it is a very specific amount of time that is very small because you're being efficient. Now you have someone else who may have learned 500 kanji using in that same amount of time, and we equivocate the time, but they did 500 kanji. And we're talking about the same person cloned together. So we're not comparing two people who have different specialized backgrounds. We're talking about the same theoretical person spreading their time between 2,000 kanji and spreading their time between 500 kanji across the same amount of time. The odds are the person who has split the time in the 500 kanji had more time to potentially create emergent and comprehensible inputs and output than the 2,000 one. Now, you can argue that the person who saw the 2,000 kanji know more kanji than his clone who learned 500 kanji. Does the comprehension of the 2,000 kanji exceed the comprehension of the 500 kanji? That, however debatable, I would even say it's still debatable. The 500, no contest for me personally. The person who has spent their time with 500 kanji versus their clone with 2,000 kanji, they will know more kanji, but that other person will likely know more details about the 500 that they currently have. So it's a trade-off, right? It's one of those trade-offs. Not good or bad, awareness. If you're spending 5 seconds on all your mistakes, then you learn 5 seconds worth of mistake reflection. If it took you 5 seconds to guess and then it takes you a split second to brush over a mistake, then that's all the mistake benefit, like that's all the learning you get from a mistake. So don't be surprised when I ask you, can you explain the nature of your mistake to me? And they're like, oh, I entered this and it's actually this. That explains nothing. That simply explains you answer something and it doesn't match it up with the thing that the system tells you. That is what's happening right now. So when I ask someone, why do you think this YouTube video is questionable? Because the YouTube video said it's wrong. That's what I get anyways from like even mid-20s people, like the older part of Gen Z. I get that. I even get that type of comment, like, why do you think this is wrong? Because people believe it. So what type of people? YouTube. Like, do you have an opinion of your own? Do you discuss the things and topics that they mentioned? Did you gather and correlate an overall profile of all the opinions? Did you get a second opinion? Do you even get a third opinion? And usually the person would argue back and say, no, I got a statistic. It says 2.4% of people disagrees with this and 51% of people agree with this. Okay, thanks for the statistics. So what does that mean to you? Do you ever feel like, despite the majority agreeing on some sort of statistic, what does that mean? Like, how do they collect the statistics? Did anything cross your mind other than the moment you saw a number is bigger, it somehow proves a point? Right? That's where we are right now in terms of SRS and language learning, right? This was an uphill battle the first year when I was using Duolingo. The first thing someone says is like, oh, don't worry about this dumb jerk who thinks he's high and mighty and whatnot, and say like, just let him spend his 1,000 hours on Duolingo when you can do the same amount, learn the same amount of kanji in like a fraction of the time by pulling out a dictionary and sentence mining on your favorite manga. And I'm like, that's good for you. That's the metric that you decided to pick, right? And it's a shame that your mind is so narrow-minded that you think that the metric of how many kanji you can produce is a measure of your competence with the kanji. My personal rebuttal, it's still there. By the way, if you really want to see these comments, they're still there. At least to my knowledge, the person who originally posts these things and I respond to them, they haven't deleted this video comment. It's a fun scavenger hunt because I have like thousands of videos that are all 8 to 10, like they're like 4+ hours long. I don't know how people search for video comments, but there is a scavenger. There's some fun little nuggets there and there, here and there from the first year where someone would choose a metric that deliberately is not what I'm aiming for or what I find as rewarding, project that onto me, and then use their argument by not even hearing what I value. So if you're saying you want to pump that kanji number, yeah, actually do one better. Just have a table of all the kanji and just stare at all the kanji. You'll probably know more kanji or seen more kanji than me. Isn't that fair? Objective is objective. What is the fastest way? Don't even bother with Genki. Don't even bother with sentence mining. Just simply stare at a table of kanji. You will definitely be exposed to more kanji than I have, no matter what. Right? So, do not, it's a testament to how objective, efficiency, narrow-mindedness can produce a low level of competence and comprehension. Because you don't spend any time thinking about it. You've min-maxed your way outside of needing to comprehend anything. When you go running, for example, when I go running for the 1,465th consecutive time in a row per day, once per day, I still take time to look around and observe and do things and be in the moment. I don't simply say, oh, this is what I do, and then you run and you come back saying, I don't even remember what my run was like. Right? That's human condition. So, to send it off with a very particular statement, comprehension is not how fast you do something solely. Okay? I have to unfortunately clear the space of that. The faster you try to encode something, the faster you input something, the less you comprehend. Comprehension is proportional to the amount of time and the effort you place into noticing things and doing things of quality, not of quantity. So you can learn most definitely more kanji than someone. That doesn't mean your attention that you're dividing against your clone, right? That doesn't mean that the higher volume of kanji lead to a higher level of comprehension than the same amount of time that your clone did with a smaller number of kanji. There's it's kind of like a bell curve. I'm not saying you don't hit a lower limit. Like if you only learned one kanji, you take the extremes, right? If you compare one kanji to 2,000, yeah, the 2,000 wins out. Are you telling me that your clone is going to spend the same amount of time thinking about one kanji versus 2,000 kanji? We have to shrink it to a bell curve. If you're comparing it to 1,000 versus 500, there is a time where the less is more, right? You heard this before. Less is more and more is less. Quantity over quality versus quality over quantity. That argument comes into play. And right now, it's quantity over quality. And quantity over quality is rarely a sufficient method to create comprehension. You slow down when you seek quality. You speed up when you seek quantity. When someone starts from a beginner, and advances to an intermediate and intermediate into an advanced, quality goes up, quantity goes down. Higher level thinking settles in, lower level thinking settles out, because you no longer you can't retrieve more value from it. So riddle me this: when someone asks me how they're going to learn their next stage, and the next stage, I ask this question really often. When someone says, oh, you're done with this, what do you do next? What are you looking forward to doing next? Like, now that interviews are out of the way, like you have accomplished that, have you planned your next thing? What are you going to do with this new experience? And usually the person that deals with learning a language, they would say, oh, I'm going to reduce the next steps to the same steps that I've done in the previous step. So how are you going to learn how to make sentences? Reduce the sentences to Anki, to SRS. Okay? So then how are you going to play video games? Oh, I'm going to take the video games and reduce it to SRS, into a deck. Okay? Is there anything else? It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to take these things and I'm going to reduce it into SRS, a deck. And my first thought is, I would love to hear what happens in another year or two. I really genuinely want to know. I haven't gotten that far yet. So I haven't known anyone so far long enough in which the way they study and the way they learn doesn't change over time. And again, change can go both ways. It can change to reduce competence in comprehension, or it can change to increase competence, or change not at all. So when you go from high school to college, there are plenty of people who stick to their high school methods and manage to get a degree in college. There are also people who completely radically changed their thing and got worse. And then there are usually the case where most people become more enlightened, largely because the environment challenged them to do so, right? The projects get longer, careers and thesis and certain tasks get longer. They get quote unquote harder, require more commitments and accountability. If you think your commitment to remembering a word is going to get lower and lower and smaller and shorter, it is reflected in your comprehension. You spend speaking, for example, if you spend 10 seconds thinking about what you're going to say because you say it all the time, say, hello, how are you? That's why it's called small talk and pleasantries. Then I ask you a question. It's like, what's the highlight of your day? And they're like, and then the threshold is they're going to provide a 5-second response like, oh, uneventful. That didn't answer my question. They're picking their practice responses that are most convenient and low effort because it's habit forming. Not saying that they don't care about me or I should be offended. I didn't imply that I was being offended. I'm trying to explain their motivation, right? They're going to pick something that they've rehearsed very quickly so that they don't have to think about it. It is the human response. So, like, how are you? Hello. That's 1,000th, the 1 millionth time you said, hello, how are you? What is the easiest way to learn how to colloquially speak a language? Hello, how are you? I'm doing great. O genki desu ka? Right? And then you can stick with that if you want. It only becomes a problem when someone comes back and say, I wish I could express myself better. And I'm not even talking about Japanese or Chinese. I'm talking about English. Like when someone says, oh, it's complicated. Try me. Are you so used to saying complicated that it's so easy to say it's complicated and it only tells me that you have no comprehension of what's complicated? Like, that's me genuinely wanting to elevate the person's complication because it's probably very important. It's a shame that they're unable to have someone who would listen to them, who would encourage them to expound upon it, because high level thinking requires a time investment. And oftentimes I feel like it's a reflex. It's a self-deprecating reflex. Like, oh, it's complicated. I don't want to bother you with my burden. And all at the same time, I think about it as like, that must suck. In my opinion, like, it's a shame that they don't feel like whatever their complication is or whatever they want to share, they also find a reason to not want to talk about it or find reward or value in it. Like, I actually think it's a privilege to be able to be trusted and discussing things, right? And it helps when people practice how to explain things. Well, this is all tied in. So now that is my digression for the day, right? I think language learning has offered me looking at the microcosms of language learning, at least modern apps and design, has really opened the door for a narrative that is built and very integral to the lack of practice of meaningful introspection, retrospection, deduction, critical thinking skills. Like, you don't have to memorize an entire movie or recite verbatim what you did in class today to develop higher cognitive thinking and reward. When I ask someone, how was your day? Did anything happen that stuck out? Being able to take that one moment and spend the time talking about that one moment develops a higher cognition than trying to spread your entire memory out to tell me exactly what you did in the entire day. Like, oh, I got up, washed my hair, I think I brushed my teeth like for 2 minutes, then I got down, laced my shoes, then I walked outside, it was slightly drizzling, the humidity. Yeah, that's possible for someone who constantly is trying to memorize everything. I want to inculcate that if you just want to spend 5 minutes talking about how you hate brushing your teeth in the morning, that creates a level of higher cognition. Like, you're thinking about it. You're saying, it's that particular toothbrush. Maybe I should consider getting a new toothbrush or something. I wonder where I should start. Now I think it might be the bristles and not quite. I don't really like the handle either. Now you're thinking about like the details, right? Occasionally slowing down for the details. Learning is like that, in my opinion, especially language learning. Someone keeps repeating the same mistake. Surprise, surprise. Why do they keep repeating the same mistake? Because they don't think it's a problem. They think it can be ironed out by like a 5-second swipe of magical repetition. Like, that's like, if it does, good for you. Like, what I mean is, I hope it is really that simple. Honestly, I don't think I've done too many things in my life where a 5-second repeat or 10-second repeat or a day repeat somehow magically solves my mistakes. Sitting, stooping, thinking through things solves those mistakes. It's tiresome. It's exhausting. Eventually, when you do it over a lifetime, there are fewer and fewer mistakes as you're going, and you solve more and more complicated problems as you're going. It's an investment forward for the rest of your lifetime. And I don't have much time. I'm in the midpoint of my life. Ideally speaking, I would be considered middle age. When you're 14 or to 18 years old, and you're thinking, your future is not an investment in understanding how to appreciate and learn skills and stuff that will serve you for a lifetime, that's perfectly all right. Stick to your fundamentals, right? Fundamentals, you know, you heard in artists before, fundamentals is key. It's king in the beginning, right? Like fundamentals, you use it all the time. It's important to use memorization and recognition to get your fundamentals down. When you stick to the fundamentals and only the fundamentals, then there are no more higher cognition. You can get very good at your fundamentals. You know, cue the anime character that basically focused on only the fundamentals and became emergent from the fundamentals. It can happen. It definitely can. If you look at those characters, they also are deficient in higher cognition or anything that they don't practice, which is like, I don't know, someone who can mechanically speak at a very high level but have no emotional intelligence. Right? You sacrifice things. So pros and cons. And to wrap this all up, it's not a problem if you're perfectly happy. So I'm not here to try to dictate what's the best way to live. I'm typically one who likes to talk about these things to offer an alternative. Understand that doing something slower doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be worse or less rewarding. That is a cognitive dissonance that is a consequence of the internet hustle culture. Like when you see someone learning 2,000 kanji in a year and you're looking at your 400 kanji now, there's an equalizer. You have to equalize the many things that you are actually doing with your time. Accountability for time used is tougher. It's one of the, in my opinion, it's one of the toughest human conditions. Accountability for what you spend your time with, right? Like, you have to normalize the time, and recording all of these things can help you answer those questions if you actually take the time to analyze them. Not look at it and say, oh, the system is telling me this. Because if you look at your sleep schedule and your system is saying, oh, you have less sleep over time, it doesn't explain why you have less sleep over time. It's a statistic, right? And maybe in the future they might, right? I'm not saying now. We're talking about specifically now how people use data. Perhaps in an AI dominant learning world, there's going to be someone who's willing to sacrifice all of their agency and then have all the track, and maybe AI will be able to tell you, oh, hey, we noticed that you have been drinking a lot of liquids before you have an increase in intake of your liquids right before you go to bed in the last 6 months compared to the months before. That could be the result of interrupting your sleep schedule, perhaps, right? So fingers crossed. Not a doom world, I suppose. The stuff that we're heading to, maybe technology can be a band-aid. The disclaimer here is I'm specifically talking to individuals who think it's a bad thing, like think it's a problem, and it is tied to the way they learn and critically solve things, like critically think. If you're perfectly happy with grinding out 2,000 kanji or 4,000 hanzi with a 5-second delay on, and then you're achieving your goals, then I'm not, no problem here. It becomes my problem when you go to other people, especially me, and project your problem onto me. Like when someone comes here and say, man, it took you 1.5 years to go over 2 kanji. I could have done it in a year. Here's what you did wrong. Project. Like, you wasted half a year because if you didn't do it the way I did it, that's why you spent half a year not doing what I did. And you spent half a year more, like a lot more, and wasted half a year doing it the way you did it. That's projection. I don't know who's more upset. Are you like that's when it becomes the problem of other people. When you become upset without understanding that other people are not upset, right? Now, if you find someone who's upset like you are, feel free. Go wild. Misery deserves company, right? It's like, I know, I screwed up too. That's good times. The feeling I get a lot of times is there's always going to be someone who have came up with a faster method about their goals, and then they're projecting onto me because they were angry that they discovered this really late or something like that, and then they're telling me and dictating to me that it's going to happen to me without ever asking me if I have the same goals they do. So you want to speedrun kanji? I didn't, and I did it in a year and a half. And some other people will say, man, year and a half, you must have sped run kanji. And I'm like, I don't know. Did I? I can explain to you what I did, and then you can determine if I speed run it. Right? That's kind of the idea. Anyways, more on that in the future. This is more of a self-reflection situation. I imagine I will be answering these questions far more in the future. I'm preparing and iterating on my narrative. I'm also refining how I'm identifying things. Like, what is considered space rep? What is tied to short attention span? What is tied to encoding? All of the above. And then how does that tie in with critical thinking and problem solving skills, right? And the identifier of what it's like. If someone asks me how to explain what it's like when you became an intermediate learner in the language, in the target language, I'm trying to describe that now, because I'm no longer engaging with the language in the same way I have engaged with it the first 2 years. It is beyond that now. Like, there are very few things that I find that are incentive by heavily relying on the way I used to learn. Now, I'm not saying I stopped doing that. I would be a hypocrite if I said I stopped doing that. I do it. That is to practice and maintain it, because memory and recognition requires maintenance. So I still practice my foundations. They're more and more spread out, like the way space repetition is intended. And then larger and larger amount of my time is focused on the reward of deductive, critical thinking stuff. I'm hitting my stride now. Now the question is, am I going to get to mastery or nuance? The answer as a teaser is probably going to be no, because I don't want to invest my entire life for the mastery of something. So we're going to hit like N2 or something like that, and like HSK 6, and then we're going on to do other tasks. We're not going to master anything. I have no aspirations to master anything. It is through the practice and application of things that I can specialize the skills that I have cultivated. So it is the culmination, the holistic interaction of all the skills that I have that produces my unique mastery, not any particular skill. So that's a little bit of a teaser, because that's at the end of 2027 is probably when we stop doing this stuff. Like, I stop recording this stuff and talk about this stuff. Like, what happens after intermediate learning? I move back to being a beginner. So that means I pick a new skill, a new thing, and we do it again. Only this time I take all of the experience I had from Chinese and Japanese and move it forward. My specialization is learning and like various critical thinking and problem solving skills, not the mastery of Chinese or Japanese, right? So not any of that. And I hope to write something about it one day. In my mid-40s, I release something one day. All right, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. I really did intended to rest, but every time someone stops by and have a conversation with me, it is great inspiration to talk about a monologue a bit, have an internal discussion. And for posterity's sake, all of this stuff is a setup for what I anticipate is a future technology thing. So more on that in another 2 or 3 years, I would say. If we're lucky, I might get to share what I was planning on since over the 3 years now. 3 years ago that I set in motion. So maybe another 2 years, I'll get to reveal what I had planned 5 years ago. And then maybe some stuff that I planned 10 years ago might come to fruition. So we'll see. I'm not going to talk about things that have yet to mature and bear fruit. So for now, we're thinking more like yearly things at most. So I'm thinking and sharing some of the stuff to the end of 2027. And then most of the stuff that we typically talk about is the month-to-month stuff. I haven't really thought about half-year projects. Not really. Except for the Persona Legacy project. So starting next month, we're going to start working on a Persona Legacy project, which will likely take half a year. So we'll have a yearly project, half a year project, and if we're really feeling ambitious, sprinkle in a bit of a monthly project, right? Very slow, disciplined, staggered way. Until next time, you are more than free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Yap. Slow down. Yap. Talk about things. Exchange ideas. I am so privileged. I feel incredibly privileged in the presence of someone who is willing to discuss what's important to them, exchange ideas about what they're working on, because that is a privilege. Getting time from someone else is a great privilege. You have no control over it. Like when someone asks you and share their thoughts and willing to communicate their complications and whatnot, that is a privilege. It's the privilege of human contact, human conversation. So, priority number 1, right? So you're more than welcome to hopefully share that. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching and listening, and I will see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.